Well, before I'm winding down for the night here. Uh, a girl got killed in Cebu today. I don't know the age or nothing, but she owed 70,000 pesos. And you might say to yourself, that doesn't seem a lot of money to get killed over. But people have gotten killed over a hell of a lot less than that. It just goes to show you that if you want to borrow money from somebody, you better pay them back because people get desperate enough and they do crazy things. I know a guy on here that has taken money from a lot of people, and he should thank his God that, you know, he's still able to walk around because this particular guy, no names mentioned, has owed money to a hell of a lot of people. A hell of a lot of people. Evening, AJG. Yeah, I'm kind of winding down for the night. I was watching a movie with Liam Nielsen that I'd never seen before. It's called Memory. That was pretty good. Well, yeah, crime, police, FBI, different things. It's just I think it's new on Netflix. It's called Memory with Liam Nielsen on it. Yeah, quite a day today, huh? Quite a day of discovery. Wow. What am I out of words? Not usually. Don't have a lot except to say it's been quite an interesting day in developments, hasn't it? I was listening to that one guy who got a small excerpt from it, and he was in that detention center in Biggie, and yeah, I know conditions were really bad, and the one guy that was a cellmate of his, um, he had to wind up paying 250,000 pesos to his lawyer uh, just to try to get him out of there. So yeah, it's quite a lot of input coming in my way. Some of it I can't discuss, but there's a lot of input. It's kind of overwhelming, actually. One day, when I learn in one day, whew, man, quite incredible. I'm sure this has whet the appetite of many on here that are into the drama. Well, you got your drama today, that's for sure. That's for sure. And I got my fill. The news today was a lot to absorb. You might feel emotionally tired. No, I feel fine. I always feel good. I mean, I get tired for my age, but pardon me. Yeah. Well, it sometimes could be an emotional brain drain. It's like the information highway going through my brain. And that's why I normally would find it difficult to sleep. There's your answer. Okay, and that's why I was taking something. Guess what, folks? I'm totally off it. Then Popeye heard that, but that wasn't good enough because he was like to jump on me for taking benzos, right, to help me sleep. Yeah, but wait a minute. You're still on that other stuff you take during the day, aren't you? Oh my God. Oh, he just can't win no matter how much he tries. He just really can't win with me. He's got to find every little piece of fault with me. Yeah, but you're still taking that other medicine, right? Right? Aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm not taking Benadryl either. Take some, what was it, Loratadine? What do you call it? It's for allergy. Haven't bought that for about a week. No, 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 no. Okay, Viking Sun is in. I'm just glad you were able to come back. Ah, look, I'm not even going to say anything about that anymore. I mean, you know, I'm the kind of guy that when information comes in, it's worth sharing. I do think about my audience. Um, I've always been that way. It's kind of hard for me to hold everything in. When some great news comes up, I feel, I don't know why, but I feel that I need to share it. That's just me. That's just me. It benefits, of course, my audience because they want to know what's going on. Well, to see, the thing is, that kind of stuff I could talk about. As far as any other evidence in the case, I can't talk about sensitive stuff like that. I can't tell you everything my lawyer's up to. I can't tell you what's currently going on in his head, what he wants to do, what he's going to present. I can't talk about that stuff. Sure, I was able to post this order on there. It just, I mean, I prove it. That's the full page. There was no second or third page. There was one page given an order for him to be put into Bicuton. Woo, that word. We were discussing Bicuton for the past couple of years, weren't we, folks? Finally, it's happening. And guess what? It was not of my doing. That's the exceptional part of it that I can't be attacked for. It had to do with the renovation of the place, and they had to put him somewhere, so that's what they're putting him. Uh, call it karma, call it, I don't know what you want to call it. Stroke of luck. We all talked about that he should be in Bicuton. I've always said that. I've always said that. That wasn't a place for him where he's at in Mandawi. I think sometime after the next court case coming up is when they will transfer him to Bicuton. You got a good crew here. I think I got a pretty good crew here. I think I do. Yeah, Stefan Slick is finally going there. It took this long. I mean, I knew it would happen one way or the other because I've made requests in the past that, you know, especially he's been talking about slipping out of there, coming to kill me. Well, try that in Bicuton. I don't think that will work. They haven't had too many escapees there, as I understand. Now, yeah, I guess there's segregation there. I don't know. There's the immigration detainee place where he's going, but that don't mean it's pretty. I did some shorts on here, and it gave you a brief look at what it was like in there. The guy who was, he was on the sneak with his video camera. That's why if you see one of the videos, he wasn't pointing it up, and he didn't want to be too obvious, but he managed to sneak that on, you know, and how filthy it is in there. And people are laying on the floors in there, and some of them are lucky to have a little bunk or a piece of mattress or something. And it's hotter than hell in there too. So if you own a fan, you're definitely going to be bringing a fan in there. I think they will allow that, of course. They will, of course, allow that. They can't do that. So he's lucky he's got a fan or two to bring in there, but probably one because they would kill him for the other fan if he doesn't share it. So yeah, uh, yeah, it's all real, man. It's really happening. It's really happening. I know there's a lot of people celebrating. Even the trolls are celebrating. They're not going to come on here and tell you that, but they're all celebrating. Even the high roaders. The high roaders are celebrating, but they're not going to share it with you because they don't want me to feel happy about it. Until too late, I am happy about it. But no, I'm not the cause. As I said, I would love to take the credit, and you know damn well I would. I would love to take the credit of having him transferred there, but I cannot take the credit. He might have had something to do with it himself when he posted his on camera video on Facebook. Yeah, I'm sure that was shared with immigration and everybody. Well, I did. I mean, I did share that with immigration. But when he made all these complaints about how bad the conditions are, well, they sent an inspector over, Inspector Clouseau, and they said, okay, you're going to have to put this guy because this place is going to be renovated or burned or something, whatever going to do to that old place. He had to get out as by, beginner's luck or something here or luck of the Irish. And I'm not Irish. Uh, lo and behold, he winds up going to be sent to Pinkerton. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Not me, at least not right away. Now, the whole idea was to get him to go to prison for his crimes, but he's going anyway. Even before the judge even imposes a sentence on him, he's going to be at the right place. Oh my God. He's going to be at the right place. He's going to be there in detention. They'll put him in the big boys part. As soon as a judge comes up with a decision, oh, his lawyer's going to get him out of this. That's what he said. His lawyer's going to prevent him from going to Bickerton. Well, look. If they're going to renovate the place, what's she going to do, the lawyer? Is she going to maybe harbor him at her house? He has to go somewhere. They're not going to let him go free on the street. So, yeah, they had to pick a place. They said, okay, Bickerton. They had room for him there. That's probably why they accommodated. Possibly there wasn't any room in the other jail. So, hey, there it comes. Bickerton comes up. Of all the places that you want him to be in, and you're thinking you have to wait to the end of the trial before he winds up in Bickerton, here we go with the luck of the Irish. Big brrr on him. Wow. Triple bunk beds. Barry will get the bunk as the new guy. The top bunk is the new guy. Top bunk is where the heat, yes, where the heat rises with mere inches from your nose to ceiling. Real claustrophobic. I would think so. And can his fan, if he's on the top bunk, where's he going to put his fan? Is there an outlet around there? Can it stretch up to the top bunk? He may not even have a bunk. You saw a video of those people in that particular place laying on the floor, laying on the nasty, filthy, urinated floor that people walk on. And I don't even want to think about it. But he wants to get me in there, that's for damn sure. I don't think he'd want that. Not really. I won't say anything more than that. He wouldn't want me in there. And if I was, you think he's miserable now? You don't know me very well. Or he don't know me very well, but he should by now. I'm a smart guy. Let me tell you something. I'm always a step ahead of this guy or two. And my brain is thinking all the time. That's why it's on overdrive. That's why I can't sleep very well sometimes. Because my brain is on overdrive. I'm thinking. At least I got the brain cells to think. I don't need cognitive therapy. My brain cells are actually working. And I'm always thinking, always thinking. I'm always ahead of him, always ahead of him. I think you figured that out by now. His fan will be given to the boss. Oh, if he don't share something in there, they ain't going to be friendly to him. All right, so he figures that it's all going to be a bunch of foreigners in there. Well, tell you what, there might be a lot of Chinese in there. Oh, but he don't like the Chinese though either. Oh, he don't like the Chinese. You might even get a Muslim or two in there. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oh, hell hath no fury. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. That's all I could say. I do say a lot more than wow, but I could say a lot more than wow. But I think I painted a pretty grim picture for him. No, he doesn't. Believe me, he doesn't want me in there with him. As long as I'm able to use my phone an hour a day, a lot of information is going to be shared to the Muslims and the Filipinos. I got it all planned out. If that ever happened to me, something like that, I got it all planned out. Oh, God, he won't last in there very long. You got my guarantee on that. And I think you guys at this point probably would believe me. It's the kind of place where you get scared just visiting. Yeah, it has that effect on visitors. There's been a lot of guys that have done YouTube shows, got permission to come in there and interview some of the inmates. And boy, the stories they tell, wow. Well, maybe he'll learn to dance. you know, is there any more dance instruction there anymore? I don't know. That's the place where they use the paddle, right? Yeah, that was the place. The paddle, the famous paddle. If you cause trouble in there, you got a designated inmate that's a trustee. I guess you call him a trustee. They learn all these prison words, right? And the trustee does the job for the guards, and their word goes with the guard. See, they're taking pressure off the guards, so the trustees get a few breaks to get a little extra food. Might sneak in a conjugal visit for them. Might give them a little better surroundings, like their own little. Which I've seen on one of the videos. They had a guy had a lot of money, by the way. He was a foreigner. He was a white guy, in fact, and he had this nice little covey. He had some, plywood brought in. I'm not kidding. He had some plywood brought in. Basically, he just had like a bed, but he sealed it in to make a cubicle, and he had his privacy, everything he needed in there. I think he had a TV in there too, because he paid for that. Okay, so he felt comfortable at night. He made himself at home. In other words, you're making, you know, lemonade out of lemons. He's doing the best he could. If he has to be in there, he figured, I'm going to make the best living conditions for myself. Oh, he had the fans in there too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Bickerton is in the Manila area. He's in the Cebu area. It's a long way off. It's a 45-minute flight from Cebu. Yeah, he'd be taken there by plane. 40. I think it's a 45-minute flight, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 500 miles away. Wow, his girlfriend's gonna have to travel quite a bit. Wow. Let's test the love on this one, huh? How much love does she have to give him if she has to travel 500 miles to go visit him? Well, from where she lives, I don't know what that is, but you know, yeah, it's a long way off. Long way off, Sid. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed with a little smile on my face tonight. Thank you very much. I think I'll sleep better as a result of that. In fact, I'm so adventurous. I'm going to take a magnesium to help me relax my muscles even more. Take a magnesium citrate. The boy knows what he's doing. Believe me, guys, I know what I'm doing. And as I always say, and I'm going to say it again and again and again, there's a method to my madness. And I'm not mad at all in that sense of being crazy. But, when somebody doesn't do me very good, well, I have to show that respect back. It's a family thing. Do you understand? It's a family. It's a family thing. When you're part of a family, you know, you got to do things to protect the family. And sometimes you got to do things you just don't want to do. But it's a family creed of sorts. Hell, my girlfriend's been under attack by him. That alone, that alone is worth where he's going to wind up. It's all about the family. When you don't respect her, when you don't respect the family, what do you think is going to happen? Strategies. Gotta respect the family, man. And I'm one of those old fashioned dudes that familia, is very important to me. Yeah, once he's sentenced, they don't need to move him except next door. Oh, he'll be trying to hit on the women in the women's dorm or something. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. He's always talking about how many people to suck his dick. Well, he'll be in a good place for that. Yeah, they're going to make him do a lot of dick sucking. I'm feared to say. That'd be the right place for it too. But you got a point. Once he's sentenced, they won't need to move him very far, and they're strict in there too. I was listening to some guy's show. They are strict in there. I played part of a Ned's old show. Ned, when he was talking about this guy who was put into jail, to prison, and he didn't make it out. The guy died of pneumonia. It was so bad, the conditions in there. They found him dead, and at least they said it was pneumonia, but we don't know. They said they did an autopsy on him, but all you got to do is cross somebody in that jail. You cross the trustee, you're gonna have a hard time in there. You like to jabber your mouth in there? Well, if he uses some of his American slang, some people may take it offensively because there are people of different cultures in there too. You're gonna have a lot of Chinese in there, man. He doesn't like the Chinese at all, but he's going to be with the Chinese whether he likes it or not. There might even be a few Muslims thrown in for extra good measure. That I'm hoping. That I'm hoping. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not going to be too long. It's been a long day today. Long, long, long day. But I'm glad there's been a little good news anyway. And let me tell you something. I'm the guy that thinks out of the box. Here's the way it works. If something happened to me in regards to this complaint, I will handle it. Do you hear me being really stressed out about all this? I keep on getting viewers saying, Frank, you don't sound stressed to me. Why is that? I said, because there's no need to be stressed. If something happens, it happens. Then I'll worry about it or not. Because, yes, there is due process of law afforded to everyone. We can't appeal this, and we may not need to. Because all the information now that immigration and Department of Justice and all these good people are receiving now, they're seeing the whole picture now with Barry. It's quite possible that there was a conspiracy between him and his girlfriend. They're beginning to see it now. They're sniffing it out. They're sniffing it out. So we'll see what happens. So let's, take the bad road of this. And let's say that, oh, well, okay, we made a resolution, it's something you're not going to like. Even so, it could be years because there is a process. And of course, all the lawyers on here, we are armchair lawyers, they know different. In other words, there's no due process of law. Well, there certainly is. My lawyers promised me, and they've been right, and they've been good to me with their promises. He said, you're not going to jail. You're not going to be detained for anything. I'll take their word for it. So if something bad happened, you know, and if something did happen, I can bail out. I would be able to bail out. Yeah. So either way, and with the bailout, are just two things. I don't get detained, number one. Number two, I do get detained, but I get bailed out, and there's a court of appeals and another appeal. This could be years down the line. Years down, I could be dead by then. He could be dead. Whatever. Whatever. Uh, so that's kind of like worth it. That's why you don't hear me stressed out. I don't hide in my house here. I'm out every day. I'm downtown once or twice a day, an average at least once. I walk around town, don't have to wear sunglasses. I mean, I don't always wear my sunglasses. If it's a cloudy day, I don't. But I pass by police station. I pass by. I'm in the open. Everybody knows me. You know, if I was wanted or something, police will be picking me up. I don't even think about it. I don't. I just go about my life every day. Okay, there's no resolution made yet. I don't care what they said. My lawyer told me already because he contacted the BOI in Cebu, who has contacted the people in Manila. And the only answer they could give him is no, we have not come to a resolution. So the bullshit paperwork was probably created by Brevis that was floating around. That's all it was bullshit. That was bullshit. Because, as I said, my lawyer would be first or second in line to receive such a document, and it would not be entitled resolution. These are lawyers. They know the format of these forms. It would not have the entitlement, and that's all, resolution. No, it would be a totally different entitlement on there. Oh, yeah, but Mick swears to it. Big E swears to it. Barry swears to it. Popeye swears. They all swear to it. But it doesn't exist. Made up. Of course, there is no resolution. There might be a revolution, but there is no resolution. Okay? There we go. Sid says resolution is Barry gets moved to Biggie John for having his girlfriend file a false report. See how karma works out in ways. There's your punishment, Barry, for that. You got your girlfriend involved. There's your punishment now. And now she's being punished. You know why she's being punished? Because he's going to be 500 miles away. I don't think she's going to be visiting every week, half a thousand miles away, taking an airplane to. Will she have to take one from there? Yeah, yeah. Taking an airplane, have to go all the way to the airport, take an airplane there and back, accommodations or whatever. I don't think he's going to be seeing her for a while. What do you think of that? Yeah, she's getting punished for what she did. And I'm not punishing her. Like I said, and I'll repeat it, I had nothing to do with this. They were going to tear down the place and renovate it. And they decided he needs to get out of there. Even he talked about it prior to this. He just didn't know when. So I put the order on there. People have read it and copied it. It says nothing about a report that I put in or my lawyer's report, nothing. It simply stated that an inspector came by and they decided it was not habitable. And since they're going to renovate it, it was time for him to transfer out. They just happened to choose, of all places, for all the luck in the world, it turned out to be Big Yutan of all places. The one place that he fears, and he's expressed that many times in the past. Hope I don't have to go to Big Yutan. They ain't gonna put me in that place. You're not putting me in Big Yutan, Frank, you motherfucking cocksucker pedophile. You're not putting me in Big Yutan. Well, you were not going to go into detention for your immigration, did you? But you did. Almost 2 years. Oh, you're not going to file a case on me. Prosecutor's not going to accept your case. Well, they accepted my case. And now he's been in it 24 months, almost. And now he's on trial. He's been wrong every single time. Everything is backed up. The vomit came out of his fucking stomach and then he re-swallowed it. There you go. Harry, right now. All right, guys. He'll probably do a show tonight because he's frustrated. Nobody caught the beginning of his show. Did somebody say he was starting to cry or something? Or I don't know what the deal was. I even wrote Aloe of all people. I said, Aloe, if you happen to have the beginning of that show of his, I said, send me it. No, Aloe's not my buddy, by the way. No, he's not. I can't say that me and Aloe have an understanding because I don't think we have. We have an understanding that we don't like each other. But I think he's a little more partial to me than Barry, to be honest with you. At least what I've been able to, collect in my mind. I might be wrong, but he can be vicious when he wants to. Yeah, but he's no fan of Barry's. That's for damn sure. We got that right. So how does it feel, Barry? All this opening of your mouth and you can't shut it. He's over there calling me dumb and stupid and a moron. Really? Well, dude, you were a moron not to pay all your fines. Almost 7 years, a little shy. You were a moron to think you can get away with it. You were a moron to think that nobody's going to catch you. You were a moron to think you were going to be sent home right away, and you weren't. You were a moron to think that you'd only be in there for a short while, but you've been in there almost 2 years. You were a moron to think that there's never going to be a case filed on you for cyber libel, and there was. And not only one count, but 5 counts. Who's a moron? Who's free and who's not? I'm sitting here in the comfort of my house, my favorite chair, and I'm not stressing. If it came to a point that they had to arrest me, then they're going to arrest me. If it ever came down to it, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm not going to cry like a baby because my lawyers will handle it, and I know they will. I got that kind of confidence in them. I'm not stressing because either way I win. Because even if they decided to deport me and really swallowed that bullshit from his girlfriend, right? Okay, fine. There is due justice, appeals, not the irregular appeals. This is the Court of Appeals. Then there's the Secretary of the Board. Either one, or both. And with the docket so full, that could take literally years. Years. All part of the Barry's grand plan, huh? Yeah, right. Barry has Frank right where he wants him. Huh, that's what he said, I know. He's got me where he wants to? Really? I didn't know that. And where might that be? Oh, the ace in the hole with his girlfriend that he still denies that that was a bullshit report that he coerced her to do. We all figured that out by now. I think my audience have half a brain at least. I'll give you credit, guys. You show a lot more intelligence than this guy does, or her for that matter, because she should have got involved in this. And like I said, just like I'm not involved in why he's in Bikiton, going to be going to Bikiton after the trial, after this next hearing. Um, had nothing to do with me, and I wish I could take credit for it. Um, but also, if there's something that happens with her, um, as far as harboring, aiding, and abetting, I don't have anything to do with that. There's no report filed on her for that, not from me. However, the various departments have been made aware of that. So what they do, they do. I'm on the sidelines with that. Remember what I say? I was just file a case on her. Well, you see, I've been quiet about that a little bit because I may not have to. That's the beauty of it. There's things I don't have to do that are just naturally being done, like faith and everything else, like Barry being transferred to Bikiton soon enough, and the DOJ and these departments, Department of Justice and everything, uh, would hound down her ass for harboring and all that. Now, what if her deportation report doesn't go through? Oh my God, the plates of crow. Guys, I don't have enough China to pass around for these plates of crow. I just don't. Okay? I just don't. You'll have to contribute to the China and the crow. I don't think I can get that many plates of crow. Give the birds a rest. These guys have eaten enough crow through the years. HHE, I wonder if his rock, his life, his everything will pack her rags and move to Manila to be close to her stud. You never know. Somebody's got to pay the bill for that. You don't make that much of a sorry. So, someone's got to run the store to pay them. Nah, it's expensive. She'd have to rent a room somewhere. What's she going to do all day? What's she going to do all day in Manila? They're only allowed certain times to have visitors in the place. It's not like every day you can go there and be with him. Oh, hell no. It doesn't work that way. She'll get tired of the whole thing. She'll wake up sooner or later. I'm pretty sure Sheila did. The same thing happened with other women. They all finally woke up out of their coma and realized, what the fuck have I been doing? Why am I supporting this guy? Legally, morally, financially. They wake up. I'm getting older. I can't hang on to a dream, a reality, an unreality. It's not going to happen. The guy's going to be in jail. He's going to be deported eventually after that, not to come back in his country. And she'll find it very hard now, especially to go get to the United States to be with him. He has to show some financial responsibility to be able to have her come to visit him because he has to sponsor her. What's she going to use as an excuse? I'm going to visit my friend Barry. Immigration's smarter than that. They think she's going to try to escape into the United States and hide under the carpeting. Immigration is really sharp. They're really sharp people. They're really sharp. Well, most of the time. They're not sharp to believe that freaking report she put in. I don't know. People were saying to me on YouTube that somebody got paid off for this because that report would not be accepted by any other department. I mean, it just wouldn't. I've obviously read it numerous times, her report. Something wrong with this picture. That's all I can say. Yeah, she could work in guest relations. A dancer? No comment to that. No comment to that. Well, guys, I got to go because I do have a lady that's here in the other room, patiently awaiting. We have a routine. When we go to bed, we don't just go to bed. We may look at our phones for a while and look at things, and it gets to the point. Okay, they'll say, "Oh, it's 9:45 or whatever. Let's call a night. Call it a night," and we go to sleep. Yeah, we have a routine. It's not an exact time every night, but generally, when the alarm goes off on the street, 9 o'clock, it's our time. We're trained like Pavlov's dogs. When the bell rings, they react, and when we hear the siren at 9 p.m., which is the curfew siren, we know that that's about our bedtime. Time for us to wind down. Yeah, that's kind of like our routine. Sid says, "Night, Frank. Thanks for the awesome update." I do my best. Guys, listen, I am not the villain here, okay? I'm not the villain. You know what this guy's done, okay? And if any people think that I've done bad on YouTube, think twice about it. All I've ever really done was defend myself, but even more so, taking responsibility where it's due, when the responsibility was due. But I've done something wrong on YouTube 3 times. If you've been following me, I apologize to certain people and say, "Hey, I had a bad day. I was angry." That's it. I did apologize on 3 occasions. If you guys are that good with following this shit, then you know I'm telling the truth. That's all I can do. If I had a moment of anger and I said something in the past to somebody or a number of people, I was having a bad day. Pardon me, I'm human. The difference between me and these people, there's a time when you just kind of say what you want, you know, get over it, and just leave it be. Don't do a daily show where, like what he did, calling that horrible name that you don't call anybody. In the world I grew up in, man, I'm only going to say it one more time. In the world I grew up in growing up, I've seen things you wouldn't want to see, or knew of things, certainly. You never talked about somebody's family the way he did. You never talk about, would never talk about me that way. You never have to go to court. That was a funny thing. I was watching Godfather last night. I was watching Godfather. Oh my God, how I relate to that shit on there. Growing up in an Italian American family in New York, of all places, you know, how I could relate to a lot of that shit, man. I mean, my father was not in the mafia, but he had friends who were. I had even an uncle, and actually was, well, two uncles. One was a half uncle, actually. He was. just married to my father's. No, he wasn't married to her. She was his mistress, my father's sister, Rosie. No, Dolly, not Rosie, Dolly. Hello, Dolly. This is Louis, Dolly. I'm so glad to have you. Yeah, this guy run a trucking yard. He got into all kinds of endeavors. He's even been to jail for it. The guy ran drugs. I mean, he did everything, man. He was kind of a, I guess you'd have to call him a racketeer. All in the family, except my immediate family. We were all good, good people. Never got involved in that kind of shit. But we could have. We could have. We very well could have. I chose a different direction. Didn't choose drugs. I didn't get in trouble all the time. Nothing like that. I was a good boy. A good Catholic boy. A very good Catholic boy. Barry said what he said to make money. He bragged about it. Oh, Barry couldn't shut his mouth. That's not your fault. Well, you're correct, Sid. He couldn't shut his mouth, and it's not my fault. I think even the trolls, they all know this. They're not stupid. They just rather give me a hard time. They know exactly what Barry's done. They know I'm right on every angle. They know I'm right. And they know damn well if they were wearing my shoes. But they're not going to admit that. Popeye or anybody, Mick Fisher, Big E, all these people, all the players, they're not going to admit that. Not to me, not to you. They're not going to say that. So instead, they want to take the high road that I talk about all the time now. The high road, the innocent that don't get involved with any of this. They don't play any action in this game. But behind the scenes, oh yeah, they certainly are. They're very much involved. Barry said what he said to make money. He bragged about it. Well, look where it got him. That didn't work out. How did it work out for you so far, Mr. Jordan? Barry Lee Jordan. How did that work out? Tell us about how it worked out for you next show. We want to hear how it worked out. So how do you like me so far, Barry? I told you, you were fucking with the wrong guy, the wrong family lineage. You just fucking with the wrong guy. And I'm going to tell you again, be happy that I didn't take another direction. Be very happy. Look, like they say in a movie, if I wanted you dead, you would have already been dead. I spared your life by making this legal. As I said, my upbringing, you would not have gotten away with that. Mark my words. There would be no court hearings, no litigation, mitigation. There would be none of that. I would be the judge and the jury, or somebody else would do it for me. But fortunately, I'm a law abiding citizen. I'm a law abiding person. And I don't believe in violence. I don't advocate violence. Not one bit. Okay. I'm glad you've been entertained today, but I got to go. Hope you learned a lesson there, Mr. Jordan. You fucked with the wrong guy. The wrong guy. A little Frank. And, come on, guys. I mean, like, Mick Fisher and all these people say, oh, yeah, I've seen Frank, and he's definitely shorter than Barry. They're still on this shit. No, man. Barry is not, not by far. Barry is not taller than me. People have seen him in person. They know how tall he is. Ricky says that too. Oh, yeah, Barry's definitely taller. Are they trying to hurt my feelings? You going to go against Mother Nature? Stand us up together once and for all. See who's taller than the other. Well, it just sounds good for them to say that. Look, I'm not a tall man, but I'm definitely taller than Barry Lee Jordan. I've been with him a couple times. I've seen him in the courtroom. I stood right behind him one day. He didn't know he was there. I was breathing down his neck. I was right behind him. I went out to go take a piss in the smoke, and it came in very quietly, very, very quietly, standing right behind him. Didn't even know I was behind him. I was so quiet, so quiet. You could hear a mouse. Then I passed by him, and he was shocked. I towered over the damn fucking fool, gremlin. Holy shit! I gotta go. This is fun, but yeah. Agency says it won't cost him too much to transport to leave. They're probably going to charge him for that. I think they might charge him for that because they're not going to. They're not. I mean, I don't know, man. They're not going to pocket this shit. They never do. They leave it all to you. They're not going to pocket this shit. Immigration ain't going to pay anything for anybody. Save your money, Barry. That's all I can tell you. Save your money. Save your money. Save your money. If you got the money, honey, I got the time. We'll go honky tonkin'. We're gonna have a good time. Know what I'm saying, folks? Bikiton is akin to ADX Supermax in Colorado. My God, Magnum. Nighty nights, everybody. Sweet dreams of those that are in my time zone. And if you're not, have a good day. And we'll catch you on the slide. That's all I could tell you. Good day, good news. And guess what? I didn't even do it. That's what makes it even better. Talk about karma. I guess it does exist after all. Oh, I'm sure he'll do a show overnight. Have fun with that one. Well, anytime you could wake up to a fresh new morning is something to be grateful for. I don't take it for granted, no matter what age you're at, really. But I get up in the morning early. It's not because I want to, but that's my time clock, basically. It's my time clock. Okay, well, my mind is fresh. Can't get fresher than this early in the morning. It's not my endeavor to get up this early. I wish I could sleep to at least 8 o'clock in the morning, but that's not something I'm able to do anymore. Okay, but that's just, it is what it is, as they say. And speaking of it is what it is, brings me to this. Let's just say YouTube has been quite an adventure for me. And it's actually been an adventure for a lot of people who got involved with all this, this back and forth, and everyone involved, Fazio, you name it, Popeye, all these people. I'll be nice about it. Just call them people. They've tried to attack me from every single angle, but 10 years. Well, I wasn't under attack for 10 years, but I've been on YouTube around that time. But one thing is very clear that the truth always comes to the surface. It always does. Um, Aloe, one of my biggest critics, is having a field day. What's going on here? No, I'm not a hero of any sort. In fact, I've been made to be the villain, but now even the copycat channels are becoming irrelevant, and people just tired of seeing the same old rhetoric all the time. I knew it was going to come down to that. People are not believing anymore what's put on a copycat channel with some fancy editing at times. And all the misinformation that's been spread, people are coming to the point where they're saying, and if you hear all the scuttlebutt I heard on Discord and throughout the community, people are realizing that, well, let's just say I didn't get a fair shake out of all these events, and most of the people were just all riding each other's coattails, really, on the drama. They made a real big drama over just about everything. And I've become so relevant in the community that they would actually put copycat channels and posting everything that I put on here, including, of course, our good friend Robert Clausen from Florida, who's had a field day with me and gave him something to talk about and kept him busy through his very mundane life. As it turns out, the community at large do realize, they always have, but see, there's a pecking order in all this stuff, but we won't go into this pecking order. But let's just say that people themselves want to be relevant when they become irrelevant. It was a good effort by a large group of people to find fault with me, but they don't just try to find fault with me. This has been going on YouTube for a long time. Anybody who shows opposition to a certain group of people on here are met with things like this, copycat channels, as it's been put on me, inaccurate information, expanding the truth. Well, basically covering issues with nothing but lies. I think people who know me, I've been on for a long time, they know that despite all the bullshit, I have a fantastic relationship with my girlfriend. People actually like her. She is a good person. And she should have been involved in any of this by these people, because she's not a YouTuber, just my partner. And only making cameos every now and then with me, or maybe saying something in the background or something. That's about her involvement with my YouTube channel. It isn't much.
But Gilda had no right to be attacked by people, and that's what they were doing viciously for a long time. And there's a lot of people coming to realize that how unfair this was, and a lot of people getting to a point where they're getting tired. Again, the same rhetoric that's put on YouTube in regards to me, trying to label me as a child predator, which was basically instituted by Fazio and his crew, basically. And everybody who knows me knows the story. It was a simple song I sung, and they made a big incident out of that. Some people tried to use that to their advantage to say that I'm this kind of a person, that I would do this and do that. Well, people that know me know that I'm not capable of doing anything like that. I've even raised my daughter on my own, and as a single parent, which is really hard to do. But I managed to do it, and not many men could do that, especially raising a female child where you have a world where they kind of look down on the success of a male raising a female child. I played part in her life as mother and father. So you got to understand when it comes to people making accusations that they're calling you a child predator because it had to initiate somewhere by one person. And just like a bag of apples, you got one that gets spoiled and the others soon to follow. Well, anything that could create drama has certainly been created here on YouTube. There's no question about that. Yeah. And yeah, you're right. Everybody's upset now because Barry is facing the future. And that's actually a title of an album for Brother Is from Hawaii. If you know Brother Is, he's a very well known singer in Hawaii. Extremely overweight man, incredible that died, and he was known for his music. It's still played today. Brother Is, and Facing the Future was the name of one of his, I don't know if it was his last album, but let's use that phrase, facing the future. And somebody on here is already facing his future for the horrible things that he came on and said. And a lot of people have met their fate. It's either ironic or it's, shall I say, well, the fact that Fazio passed away was quite interesting, considering that as far as a civil lawsuit that came from some disgruntled tenants of mine in Hawaii, Mr. Fazio was very deeply behind this, and he facilitated this civil lawsuit into something huge with his contact with the neighbors, the tenants, and all the things he did behind the scenes. And this, was carried on by other trolls and certainly by Mr. Barry Jordan, who tried to use this as a tool of some sort to deface me, degrade me, shame me, accuse me of being a child molester, which is probably one of the worst things you could call anybody. Well, Mr. Jordan is now paying for it dearly, and he will continue to pay for it. There's no question about that. There's nobody who's exonerated here. I'm not exonerated. I don't use that terminology often. I'm not exonerated from anything because nothing ever transpired as the trolls would like to say about me. I did this and did that. I'm a horrible person, the most hated person in the community, etc. This was all hype, and this was built up over years. Because the truth is, I'm one of the few people who is capable and able to stand up to the bullshit on here. I never ran away with my tail between my legs. I faced everything head on, and I still do. Even the possibility of other consequences, such as a report from Barry's girlfriend, which is still pending. And I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But even if it did, as I said, I'm not terribly concerned about it for good reason. And people out there who make claims about somebody's character are indeed basically doing an autobiography on themselves, because they are the people that are behind all the bullshit that's been going on YouTube for a long time. And it just became feverish, actually. And each troll would come in and have something to say about it. Not information backed up by any true facts, but people just trying to destroy constantly my character through hearsay, through revenge, through jealousy, through envy, and the list goes on. You cannot continually attack somebody in that way and expect that there's no repercussions from it, as one person has found out, obviously so. Faith takes its course. Fazio's dead. Jack Thompson's dead. Ed Lippett's dead. I don't know, there's more of a list on there. I don't know, we call it karma, faith, I don't know. These are some people that are vehemently, against me, but fate took its place with these people. And faith is still going to take its place with some for many reasons. I'm not going to go into again, but I've stated a lot of facts about different YouTubers on here that I don't think are going to be around for a very long time. I have no magical powers to make things happen. It just is what it is. Karma is real. It's real. More so, I believe it now. When you attack somebody so viciously, it's always bound to come back on you. Rebound effect. And this is what we're finding out on here. Now, we always talk about the expression of eating crow. Well, there's been so many people eating crow on here that I lost track. Certain people want things to happen to me, and they pray and hope that it does. Then you wonder, why are they so vicious when it comes to me? Why are they attacking me so much when they don't even know me? It's because they just want to stand out in the crowd. They want to be heard, they want to be seen, or they want to be known, or they just want to join the boys club and get in on the action and see how vicious they can be. But one thing we've proven in this community, it is a vicious community with people that apparently, and I said this 1,000 times, so my view is that these people have too much time on their hands. But something becomes habit. You smoke your first cigarette, right? And you get curious, you smoke another. Next thing you know, you're a smoker, same as a drinker. And then you continue on this path. It just becomes more of a habit. It builds up momentum. That's exactly what has happened all these years. People wanted to get in on it to get attention. Combined with the fact they have too much time on their hands, and they wanted to join something they thought was bigger and better than what they are. They wanted to be part of the community, but not in a positive way. Hey, let's just go on the attack and see if we could break this old man down. Let's see if we could destroy this old man. They didn't care. If I dropped dead, they didn't care what happened to me. They were convinced that I was this bad guy in the community. Well, as it turns out, people have been turning their heads these days and saying that, okay, man, enough is enough. You put this guy through fucking hell, but somehow this guy survives. The phoenix who rises from the ashes. It's always been the case with me. The truth always comes out one way or the other. And it has been. It's making these copycat channels very irrelevant. It was fun at first, but people are beginning to shy away from it. They say, look, we heard it all. We heard it all. You're going to copy his channel, and what is the purpose of that? Does it make you feel good, the person who actually producing that channel? What does it do for the person who's behind that channel? It's obviously somebody who obviously doesn't like me, obviously so, but more likely from somebody that's jealous of the fact that out of many people who are on YouTube that are trying to achieve a certain goal when it comes to the Philippines, the big move of meeting somebody, actually doing what he planned to do, where some were not able to accomplish what I did. And I've made quite a bit of accomplishments to be able to get myself out in the Philippines here and get settled in with a great woman and live the dream, the house, everything else. Of course, they argue, well, it's her house. It doesn't matter whose house it is. It doesn't matter how much I spent on a house. It doesn't matter how much I spent on my girlfriend. It's irrelevant. But people are jealous of the fact that I've been able to accomplish my goals, where many of them have not. Some of them don't even live in the Philippines. It's just a dream to them or a fantasy, and they're not in a position to ever come out here. I was in a position with good planning, and I did come out here, and I accomplished everything that I wanted to accomplish so far. And some people are not happy with that because they're not happy with their own lives, obviously so. Okay, that's a good start. Hello, Heminger. Heminger said, Frank, I'm a bit annoyed you haven't taken down Brevis. Oh, haven't I? That's yet to come. That's all I'm saying on that. They're all just desperate, Loser says. Heminger says, we need Brevis to sharpen his dick-sucking skills in Bickerton. It's just amazing how things turn out because it was not my doing. No, Barry's not in Bickerton yet. People are talking like he's in there. No, he's not. It'll be after the next trial date coming up here soon at some point. I don't know how far after that. I don't know. I really don't know. But as fate has happened, he does wind up going to Bickerton after all. To my shock, that it happened in such a way. No, I had nothing to do with him going to Bickerton. That would eventually happen anyway, at one point or another. But it had to do with the inspection of the facility that he's in. So it was already talked about. So I had to throw him somewhere. But I had no idea they were going to put him in Bickerton. No idea at all. I thought maybe a local jail somewhere. But as it turned out, fate, worked in my favor. And he's going to be going to Bickerton after all, even though it's the detention facility. But believe me, that's no Radisson Hotel, okay? And I don't think he's going to like the accommodations there. But as fate has it, it was meant to be. It was just meant to be. Karma has worked, and as I said, I'd love to take the credit for this, but unfortunately, it's wishful thinking, but I can't take the credit. I can't take the credit. Yeah, there's a lot going on Discord in regards to what's been transpiring. I think the days of the copycat channels are over. People are just not taking to it anymore. I get people that also write me on the side too, that go on Discord, and they've been following this whole drama for a long time. And they got their finger on the pulse of the community all the time. And that's how I get information sometimes. People who write me and so forth, So this drama is going to be coming to an end sooner or later. But a lot of people don't want the drama to come to an end. They want it to continue because it basically gives them something to do. And, I talk about that a lot. And I actually mean what I say. In reality, it's enriching other people's lives to have this drama on YouTube because Ricky is right on maybe one thing, but though most of his shows is an autobiography where he's talking about how the community's falling apart, which it is, he's right on that. And I've talked about this all the time, the same old rhetoric, the same old rerun of information, rehashing old information about how to meet a woman, this and that, all that crap. And that's been getting old for everyone. And a lot of people have been under the attack for it because they are rehashing their shows, everything, the information. And the YouTube community has become just really a pile of rubble. And you don't need an earthquake for the rubble. We'll get into that too with the earthquake situation that just happened. But I think things are getting so old on here that people just don't have that energy to spend the time to listen to all the things all the time, especially when everything's being repeated over and over again. It gets old for people, even the ones that are really deep into the drama. It's kind of hitting them pretty hard too, because even they're getting bored of what's been going on here. I can't blame him. He thinks he's a wisecracking guy about to find out he's not all that. I don't want to get involved with Discord. That's why I never got on there. And quite honestly, I don't go on Discord. I actually signed up for it, but I just didn't know how to get to these channels or whatever they call them on there. I'm not familiar with it, but I think YouTube is enough. Okay. Yeah. Ricky shows it's like almost an autobiography. He's talking about these creeps in the community and names and everything else. But the fact is, Ricky does an autobiography all the time, and he's talking about himself, all the losers on here, and he's one of the biggest losers on here. But he knows it though. Ricky is cognitive of of the fact that what he puts on here is really a good reflection of his own real life personality. He realizes his health is failing and there's a lot going on with him. But he's just going to be part of the landscape on here of those that have tried and failed and in their efforts to destroy other people's lives and attack other people viciously and unnecessarily. The structures all fall. You don't need an earthquake to make somebody fall. It's just they keep on doing what they're doing all the time, and eventually, they get chipped away by other people, and the truth appears. It's like chipping away a stone, making a sculpture, and you finally get that little masterpiece out, that beautiful sculpture that reveals what the person is all about, and they do that all on their own, and people are getting so bored with the same shit, you know. If I said I was getting off YouTube, it wasn't a retreat. It wasn't anything like that. It was, to tell you the truth, it was boredom. It really had nothing to do with being attacked. It really had nothing to do with that. It was just my intentions to get off YouTube. And I meant it almost every time I said that. Then I wound up coming back on because I was never somebody to back off. And I guess that's behind me because I'm very stubborn. But the fact is, it's become so absolutely boring on here that I almost can't handle it. It gets to a point I'll listen to somebody's show and say, oh, fuck, didn't I hear this before? It's rehashing old hash. I mean, it's just getting really, everything's redundancy on here. And I don't care, no matter whose channel it is, they're really trying to grasp, they're trying to get new, fresh blood to their shows, and it's not been happening for a lot of very popular shows. They're losing their audience because if the subject is about the Philippines, for example, the truth is there's only so much to talk about the Philippines, and everybody has laid it out. And then we got really interesting people on here who post shows. All they're doing is knocking the Philippines. There's one guy, Jim, whatever, he's in America, but he's, goes back and forth to the Philippines because he's got supposedly a wife and kids. I don't think it's his kids, but he just does constant shows on here, downing everything about the Philippines and convincing people not to live there because he's caught between a rock and a hard place because he feels an attraction to the Philippines. He feels an attraction, but yet at the same time, he's fighting it. It's very unusual. He's fighting it, is what he's doing. it appeals to him in many ways, but he has to emphasize all the bad about the Philippines. And I've seen a trend with this. There's a lot of people are attacking the Philippines, telling not the people to move here. It's not the place for you. What they're basically showing is their unhappiness with the Philippines, and they're bitter, and they're trying to tell people don't move here. It's not the place you want to be. That Filipinos are going to take advantage of you. It's not all untrue. There are Filipinos that will take advantage of you. It happens all the time. But are you stupid enough to give in to that shit? Meaning that, well, you say you got taken advantage of from a Filipina, but you're the one that after a month or so in a relationship bought him a fucking house. Who's to blame for that? Because you don't buy a Filipina a house after a very short relationship. In my case, 6 fucking years. I was one of the smart ones that had to feel things out to be sure that my girlfriend was worth the, I mean, I knew from the beginning she was worth the effort, but never had a house in mind. I figured we just rent. But after 6 years, I come to the conclusion that, yeah, it was time. Because I was so happy with the fact that I did find a relationship that really worked for me. And she's such a nurturing person and such a good-hearted person that this is what I wanted to do. And people attack me for buying the house, and which is ridiculous to begin with. It's not coming out of their pocket, of course. It was the right thing to do. I don't regret it at all because it's something I wanted to have long after I'm gone. Basically to show her that, hey, I love you and you've been nothing but a great partner to me, and I want to do something special for you. I've never been an ATM machine to her because she was a person that never asked me for money from the beginning. In cases like that, yes, it's worthwhile if you decide you want to build a house for you and your partner, and fully knowing, of course, it's her house. You're fully knowing that. There's never been a question about that. Technically, she could sell the house, do what she wants with it, but everybody has different circumstances. I have a 25-year lease here, so when you're saying I could be kicked out of the house, the fact is I could kick her out. People don't think about that, but that's never going to happen, of course. But people don't always reveal the intricate details of different foreigners who decide to build a house for their partner or their wife or whatever. I think a lot of these people do know what they're doing. They're happy with their relationship, and nobody was forcing them. Nobody was pulling their arm. Nobody was putting a gun to their head. They simply said, I love this woman. I want to do something for her. I'm getting older. I can't get buried with my money. And who's been good to me? Who's the one person I can depend on? It's usually their wife or partner. If you happen to have a good relationship, that is. I happen to have one of those good relationships. They constantly heckle me about the fact that I bought her a house. I have no problem with the fact I bought her a house. I don't have to pay rent. It does benefit me, too. It's not all for her. I live here, too. As far as we're both concerned, it's our house, no matter what. Until I croak, then she could do whatever she wants with the house. It don't matter. But everybody has something to say about that. They have something to say about just about everything. Okay, I haven't been reading. I'm perfectly content keeping the money for myself. In fact, I'm a believer of reverse mortgages. That means not only do they never get a dime, but I get to double dip for myself. No, I never believed in reverse. Nah, reverse mortgages. It can work against you in a bad way. But as you know, everything comes to fruition. Have you noticed that? The creeps are getting what they deserve. Popeye's running out of things to talk about. And I'll give you a small example of something recently when I said that It shows how immature he is, first of all, but how vindictive and vicious and bitter he is. I said something fantastic, that I usually take a medicine that helps me sleep and that I've weaned myself off that medicine. He was always attacking me for being on benzo, right? Always. Then when he found out that I weaned myself off it couldn't stop right there. He couldn't say anything positive about it, like, hey, that's fantastic, man. Get off benzos is not the best thing in the world to take. But what does he do? Yeah, but you're still on that other medicine, aren't you? That's pathetic. That's absolutely pathetic. He can't find goodness in anything, this guy. There's people on here are so bitter. They're so bitter and so jealous of each other, not just me. There's other people that they're jealous of, that maybe they are living a good life, and or how somebody defines what is exactly a good life. Well, a good life is something that's good to the person that's living that life. It's not necessarily the life that the creeps and trolls are living. It's what's good for them. What's good for you may not be good for anybody else, and vice versa. But to go and attack people simply because they're living a decent life and they're happy with where they are, who they're with, is a good demonstration of absolute jealousy. That's what it is. People should not be jealous of other people's lifestyle or whatever. They should try to reach that goal themselves and maybe try to live that life and not be so envious that maybe it's worked for somebody else, but it doesn't work for them. It's sad that people think this way, because life is a one-time deal, man. And you got to live the life you have now, because none of us, I can't believe this fan's been on all night. None of us know our future. I don't know mine. I know I'm going to die. You know you're going to die. Everybody does. At least spend your life doing something positive, man. It's just amazing. And it's not just YouTube, man. It's all the platforms. It's not just adults, it's children, it's teenagers. Everybody has something to say about somebody else. A girl might be jealous of another girl because she's getting more hits and views on her Facebook or whatever. It's jealousy, even among the teenagers and school kids. And then it's worse, believe it or not, it's worse with the adults. That's a lot worse. Nobody's going to change my life. They can try to in an adverse way, but it doesn't always work. And since I've been on YouTube, face one reality. More dishes of crow have been served, like I said on one of my last shows. If you really think throughout the past 10 years, and it wasn't even that long, I've been accused of just about everything you could accuse a man of. Nothing ever proven. It's easy to call somebody a name, but you can't back it up. Instead, you got to build up on that negative stuff. You got to build up on it. When you can't think of what else to call somebody, they'll create something else totally false and bogus to talk about. That's how desperate they are. That's desperation. They decide they don't like you, and that's okay. There's people on here I don't like. But I'm not going to make a career, and I never made a career out of it when you think about it. I've challenged things that people said about me on here. I've even backed up some people that were correct in their evaluation of others because of the word that Popeye doesn't like, demonstration. People with their own demonstration have proved what assholes they are, how bitter they are, and how jealous and envious they are of other YouTubers. It's nothing new. People have been jealous of other YouTubers ever since YouTube's been around, especially when live streaming came out. That was a game changer when live streaming came out. Total game changer. Where people could blast each other in real time, other than an upload, and people took advantage of that. And live streaming, I still say, although it's a quick way of getting online and getting your point out, and having other people be able to share with their comments and ideas and just contributing to the dialogue is it's a good thing in many respects, but I think it really has an adverse effect. And that's where a lot of the problems, I think, started when live streaming came around. Because there was a lot of successful shows that never live streamed. There still are. A lot of people out there that don't do live streams at all. They just come on once a week or whatever it is. Some come on more often, some less. But they have very successful channels and they never even live stream, or rarely ever do, or have the need to live stream. Heminger. When Obama goes to Bikutan, will you have a party at the beach with balloons, confetti, and meeting with... No, man, I'm not vindictive in that way. Sure, I'll have a smile on my face, and I think it's righteous that he puts in there. He put in there before the trial even ends. I mean, that's like a, excuse the expression, a blessing in disguise, I'm happy that that's happening, because if anybody really deserves it, he certainly does. And there's nobody out there that's going to disagree with me. Not even the trolls. They know better. They know what he's done. They know what he's all about. He has exhibited on every single live stream he's ever put on his viciousness, his lack of education, his lack of his whole understanding of what he's done, and his cockiness, and it's had a bad domino effect on him. But who created it? He did. He bitches and whines about his situation. He blames it on me, but well, the legal part, if he wants to call it blame, he can blame me all he wants. But again, industry has to bear its head. Leave those peppers alone. Go birds. Get. They love those hot peppers. I don't know why. But the fact is, he's done it to himself. It's either he's that stupid that he doesn't realize what he does repeatedly. Just, recently when he did some shows, he was understanding of everything that's going on with him. He still forages on to continue to do the things that were not exactly in his favor. I mean, he just made things worse for himself. And people could easily say, oh, Frank, you did this to him, you did that to him. Did I really? No. No, he did it to himself. And he continued to do it to himself. And look where he's at now. His future's not looking very bright. Needless to say, I gotta get my cup. Where's my cup?
Morning.
Good morning, dear. I got up a little extra early this morning. I'm not sure why, but I did. I was going to go back to sleep, but I said, oh, fuck it, I'm up. So here I am. I'm trying to find my teacup. Let me go look for it. So when you really look at this shit, I mean, when you do something repeatedly and what you're doing is so absolutely stupid that nobody could argue how stupid it is, you got yourself to blame. It's easy to point the finger, you did this to me, you did that to me. But did I really? Did I really? No, man. No. I like to take the credit for some things, but I have to tell you that I can't take the credit for everything, you know. Everything has a domino effect in life sometimes, you know. You start something off maybe innocently, not really innocently, but it develops into something ugly and gets uglier. And then people join, you know, they want to get into this. Hey, I want to be part of this action. So what about this guy? What did he do? Oh, he did, huh? Okay, we're going to have to attack him for that. Hey, this is fun. Let's attack him some more. Then one way or the other, they all wind up paying for it. One way or the other, they either drop dead, nature says hello to them, and they're gone, never to be a problem again. Never to be a problem, ever. You sometimes got to know when to stop, you know, hit the brakes, and just figure you're not going to win against the truth. The truth always prevails. Yeah, maybe I'm old fashioned in that way, but the truth always prevails. As history has proven here on YouTube. You can call anybody any name you want, but is it the truth? Or you just trying to satisfy yourself somehow and convince yourself that, yeah, he's a bad guy, he's a bad guy. He should get this and get that. Well, it's been proven time and time again on YouTube that those people who have continued to attack other YouTubers always wind up having something disastrous happen to their life. Is it coincidence? Is it karma? Is it faith? I don't know. But I've seen it happen, and it's happening right now as we speak. No question about that. God, I can't, oh, here it is. I can't believe it. Why is my, okay. People need to allow people to go on with their lives and not worry so much about what somebody else does. You know, either you're a bitter person or you're not, or you're living a good life or you're not. It really comes down to that, and it really comes out with some people who come on YouTube, such as like Robert Clausen is a prime example. I like to use him a lot on this because it is true. It's pretty obvious that Clausen is not living the desired life that he would have liked to. So he had a series of events in his life that wasn't good. You know, the breakup of his marriage and all that stuff, and the fact that he's, possibly, truthfully, immobile. The fact that he hasn't been able to date a woman in God knows how long. It takes effect on a person because when I have a friend who that passed away, and that was Larry, and I talk about him every now and then. I guess he's been dead now for about 6 months. And he had cancer, he developed cancer. And Barry, not Barry, but Larry, didn't get to experience life. He had a lot of illnesses that plagued him all his life. Wasn't able to go out and have a real life and date women and travel anywhere other than his town. He's never really been anywhere. His life was like the boy in a plastic bubble, and he was envious of the fact that, you know, even on a bad day of mine, he's saying, you have no right, you know, to say that, you know, if something happened bad with you. I mean, look at your life, Frank. I mean, you live different places. You've been different places that he's never been to, and got to experience life and women and you know, everything that most humans experience in life, good or bad. He never had the opportunity, and he died. He died not having some of the, shall I call it, the advantages that I've had. And he grew up in a very dysfunctional parents, which was part of the problem, who overprotected him. And, well, he died not having the life that he would have dreamed of having. That's why I tell people on here how precious life is. Go on with your life. I mean, do something for yourself. Don't worry about who is zooming who and who's screwing who's right or wrong. Just concentrate on your own life. I use Popeye as an example because Popeye is probably one of the most bitter people on YouTube who has nothing good to say about anybody. He doesn't do a show on talking about something in life that might be relevant to a lot of people because he has nothing else to talk about. This is a prime example of somebody who's not very happy with his life, that he has to do simulcasts of my show, which he's probably doing as we speak, and then he has his little speech after the show, and all he does is try to find rhyme and reason to attack me. That's all he does. And if you had any, if you've never had any idea of what his life is really like, that you probably do now. Popeye's not happy with his life. He's not happy with his life. It shows. The fact is, we know that he's a coward. He won't come on camera at all. He's afraid for people to see what he looks like. I mean, he could sure as hell dish out the insults. But if you insult him, what does he do? I'll get even with you. I'm going to do a Popeye special. I'm going to do a skit. I'll show you, Frank, or anybody who has the balls to stand up to him. What's there to stand up to? He's a meek little pisshole who hides behind, as many trolls do, they hide behind their protective environment of their home and computer screen. This is what Popeye has always done. Let's see. I'm sorry, I haven't been reading the comments. You sent Barry knee pads to Bicuton. Frank, how is the toad population? It's been reduced. Stop smoking. Well, halfway there. Everybody's faith is going to be met, one way or the other, whether you like it or not. But you control your faith to a certain point. When you start off attacking people and you become so bitter, you may have started this off, I can't say it innocently, but after a while it becomes routine and habit, and that's all you can do is to knock somebody on YouTube. It becomes habitual. Like Popeye talks about benzos and medicine. Well, how many medicines is he on? He doesn't want to disclose that information either. Oh, bad on you because you were taking benzos. So what? Did it help me in a way? Help me get a little bit better sleep? If it works, it works. If it don't, you don't. You don't take it. But they don't want to talk about the medicines that they're taking. They don't want to talk about their health conditions. They don't want to reveal the real truth about themselves. And Popeye is one of those people. And all the minions that follow Popeye. All these people on here, the better than thou attitude. And I'll name names. McFisher, Popeye, okay, Don C, Nico, all the other trolls that always have something to say about somebody, but if you had to examine their life, you would see something totally different behind the scenes. These high roaders that my new label, I coined the phrase high roaders on here, that are always judging people. This is not even a court of law, but they make it a court of law on YouTube. This is not a court of law. But, like when Mick Fisher came over on a fact-finding mission. That's what he did. I thought he was a nice guy. I can't respect the guy anymore. I just don't. Neither does Gilda. Came over, seemed to be a nice guy. But then he admits the fact that he came over just to try to, it wasn't because he was trying to be friendly. Yeah, I'll meet up. I'm coming to town. No, he didn't give a fuck. He wasn't looking for friendship. But then again, neither was I. But nevertheless, his intent of meeting with me was not for like an olive branch or anything like that. It was nothing as a nice social visit. Hey, let me visit Frank and Gilda, an opportunity. I'm going to be in town. But no, he was on a fact-finding mission. And he came there to try to convince me to drop my case on Barry. Everybody has an ulterior motive on everything. Look at Brevis, the stalker. He came over because he wants to be in the spotlight and he wants to be seen with the famous and infamous people on YouTube. I don't know why he needs that attention, but he does. And he's been behind a lot of shit on here, and I'm aware of some of the stuff he's been behind. Believe me, I know more than most people think I know about him and who's been behind certain things, which I will not reveal. I know he's behind. There's certain things I will keep to myself, sometimes until I'm sure about it, or just to keep it on the side for use in the future. I always said it, there's a method behind my madness, and there certainly is, and there always has been. I have choreographed things on YouTube that people didn't realize I choreographed just to get a reaction, and it worked every single time. Every single time it worked. Okay, let's see. Popeye indicates he, the ambassador of the community, ambassador of his toilet bowl. Get a grenade for Brevis. Faith plays its part. Karma plays its part. If you don't believe in that, well, you're kidding yourself. There is something called karma, and it does work, and it has worked so far. A lot of the creeps that used to attack me are now dead and gone and buried and forgotten. Coincidence? Perhaps. Karma? Perhaps. More to come. And I'm not a prophet here, although I should be, because what I thought would come true actually did every single time. Fazio will never go behind my back again and cause all the trouble he did. He met his fate. Whether you entertained by him or not, the guy was a creep. Don C. is a creep, a major creep. He's a man who tried so hard to find so much fault with me, to try to get an innocent, not so innocent really, girl in a wheelchair to put a case against me. But he couldn't make it happen. He tried to get her with a little bit of enticement, to try to get somebody to turn against me with pesos. This is a man that lives in Thailand, but he's more interested in what the goings-on of the Philippines. What's with that? It seems like these people set their clocks for me. Or they don't just have a bell on that they push to notify when I'm doing a show. They've set up electronic bells around their house. They could be in a shitter. They could be out in the yard, but when Frank puts on a show, they're there. They're right there. That's how bad it is. I might be exaggerating, or maybe I'm not exaggerating at all on this. They lived their life vicariously through me and my goings-on, which tells me that they don't have a life. They criticize me. Well, Frank, you don't go nowhere. You don't travel here and there. You're right. I'm not a big traveler in the Philippines. But am I all right with it? That's the question. I'm okay with it. I'm not known to be a traveler all over the Philippines. I've been very few places, really. And I can think of some very popular YouTubers like Paul that really hasn't been around a lot of places in the Philippines and chooses not to because he's comfortable with his wife. I'm not sticking up for Paul. He's not my favorite person, but he's not the worst person on here. Paul does speak some truth.
Of course, he uses clickbait and all that, like every desperate people to get more viewers and money do. They're all guilty of that. And he's had some embarrassing guests on his show. Well, it turned out to be embarrassing for him when he believed everything they say and the situation they were in. And later on, it turns out the opposite, that they were bullshitting him. Everybody finds out about other people. It just takes time. It's not always overnight, but they're always going to realize, when you're interviewing people, for example, because you're trying to get your numbers up and everything else, that maybe those guests are not telling the truth. Who gets the black eye? Someone like Paul would, for having these people on their show. I'm not big in going around interviewing people because I don't really give a shit. I just come on here to do a show, It's very rare that I do an interview with anybody, I might find an interesting person. Like there's a guy that's over 100 years old that's living in my town. He used to be a runner. I think he still does. The guy's very mobile, unlike Popeye with his immobility. This guy's 100 years old, still walking the streets of Santa Fe, still active in some form or way, in walking or jogging or something. That's unbelievable. Those are the kind of people that interest me. Real people that are very interesting people that are worth vlogging about. Not all this bullshit back and forth and who's doing this and who's doing what. Meanwhile, they're sitting in their lonely life in a dark room, creating skits, creating copycat channels, and they're making a total fool of themselves in the process of doing so. More so as time goes by. The people are starting to ask, hey, what's the purpose of this? It's getting too boring. The same rhetoric. He's just copying Frank's channel. What is that saying? What is that really doing? Is it hurting my feelings? Sometimes it helps me get reference on something that maybe I took off. And it gets me reference to some evidence I need or something, or to go back to something and, oh, that's right. I did say that, and I could use this for something. And if anything, they've helped me out in some odd ways. But it's just a reflection of their personality. It's a reflection of their life or what's not going on in their life. These people are not living the most balanced life they could. They're not living the happiest life they could, or they wouldn't be doing this shit. Just face reality. How about a reality check every now and again? A little reality check. Are they living the life that they want to live? Honestly, they're not. They're not living it, not even half of what they'd like to live. So what do they have to do? They have to live it vicariously through somebody else. I'm jealous of this guy, so let me talk about him and down him. I don't want him to have a good life. I don't want him to be happy in his relationship. But nobody's been able to achieve that with me. I'm as happy as a man can be. I feel a comfort in my life that I haven't felt for the best part of my life. Of where I'm living, who I'm living with, and my relationship and how good it actually is. And people know I have a good relationship. There's no question about it. They may make a lot of different foul comments and so forth, but they only wish they had the woman that I have. They could only dream of having somebody like her, a mature woman, not a bubblegum chewer, not an adolescent. A mature woman that they refer to as grannies. Grannies. Well, they couldn't get a woman that age if they were in their own country. That would be interested in them. It's a good balance in our age, I think. I think it's an excellent balance. I think it's a decent separation of years. There's no reason to go after a teeny bopper. There really isn't. Unless you are actually one of those sexual perverts, because why would you want to go for somebody that young when you know damn well, oh yeah, because you're out of your element, you're not in the United States or Britain somewhere where you couldn't get away with that shit, but you figure I could get away with it right here in the Philippines and nobody's going to bat an eye. But people do bat their eyes on that more than you think. They laugh and they know that this ain't a healthy relationship. We know it's a convenience relationship or a money relationship, not based on love, but greed.
What can that person do for me? It's not what you could do for them. What can that person do for me? Okay. Don C. and Brevis' biggest fear is they are irrelevant in every way. Well, they are irrelevant, and they've proved that. Heminger says Don C. is two-faced. He's cozying up with Popeye, but Don C. would throw anyone under the table if he could. Well, he's proven to do that. Same for Brevis, another two-faced. Well, at least you guys got it down. You've been able to figure this out. I'm glad you have. Nobody's been able to really find fault with me other than being made up. And they build up on this is what they do. They just build up on it. Comes to an apex, you know. Well, they can't build up on anymore because they start getting attacked because the people are saying, all right, enough, man. You don't like this guy. You made it apparent you don't like this guy. Enough. But people are getting bored. Now, Ricky claims that the Philippines is boring. No, it's because he can't get any women anymore, even trying to pay for them. He's having a difficult time. So a lot of Ricky's shows has been an autobiography. He's talking about the crazies and creeps on YouTube, and he's one of the biggest crazies and creeps on YouTube. Let's face the reality of that. He knows it too. But I really get enjoyment when I hear him talking about other people in such a negative way when he's really been talking about himself the whole time. Ricky's not happy. You think Ricky's happy with his life? Think again. That's why Ricky attacks people, not only in the Philippines, but in Thailand. He attacks a lot of YouTubers who have something to say that maybe he doesn't agree with or doesn't want to believe that's true because it happens to be about him. But I see a lot of autobiographies on here, really, where these people are actually talking about themselves. It's a reflection of themselves. They're projecting. They're projecting. And it shows. Popeye and the rest of them. Everybody taking the high road. No, let me tell you something. Mick Fisher is not the topic of my show. I've only been mentioning Mick because I've seen some of his lame comments on people's shows. And there was no call for that at all. He knows that to be true. There was no call for him to be attacking me. Oh, yeah, now he's hoping that I get deported. Oh, I've got the paperwork. Everybody's got the paperwork, right? Everybody's got the paperwork except for my lawyer, except for me. And even Shaw didn't have the paperwork. Or else it would have been plastered all over Barry's channel. So Mick goes along with this shit. That's why I don't respect him. Oh, I know it to be fact. He's getting deported. I don't know it. How are you going to know it? I think if I'm the subject of a deportation proceeding or something, I think I would know about it. I think I would have a resolution, and certainly you would think my lawyer would have a resolution. But no, they're all part of the boys' club, and they support each other. And Mick, who I thought was more intelligent than that, and didn't go along with this kind of shit, that maybe he had his own mind, he was independent thinking from other people, proved himself wrong. He came over, as he said, I wasn't looking for friendship, well, neither was I, Mick, truthfully. I thought I'd meet you, whatever, you were in town, whatever. Give me something to talk about, give you something to talk about, we met, that was it. But I surmised pretty quickly that you want a fact-finding mission, or you're on a mission to try to convince me otherwise, to not go deep on Barry. But as our messenger communication convinced me, and I kind of hit a nerve with you, and you got upset, because I wasn't going to go along with your shit. I'm an independent thinker, Mick. You can't tell me what to think or what to do. You're not in my shoes in the situation. Don't give me no shit. Anybody out there. And I'll say it again until the cows come home with the bells on too. They're going to have bells on too. That if you were in my shoes and somebody labeled you as such on social media, which is a large platform internationally, let's say you did have an important job, Mick, or anybody else. You were a pillar of the community, and then somebody labels you that you raped somebody, perhaps, we could use that one, or somebody called you a child molester, it could really harm your reputation there, Mick, or anybody else that this might pertain to. What would you think? What would you think? But it's not happening to you. It didn't happen to you. That's something really severe to call it. Think about that, Mick. That's something really horrible. It's severe, uncalled for somebody to label somebody as a child molester. You know damn well, Mick and Popeye and everybody else and Don C, all the trolls, that if it happened to you, that's a different story, though. Oh, now it's different because it happened to you. It can't happen to me. It can happen to somebody else. That's okay, and I'll back it up. But if it happens to me, well, you know damn well you're going to do something. Stop your bullshitting. You know damn well. You either take that person by the nape of their neck or something, shake them around like a rag doll, punch the lights out of them, or worse, or you're going to do something legal against them. You know damn well you would. The high road people, I call them, the high roaders. Yeah. Pharmaceutical tariffs now. You guys voted for him. God, I'm glad I wasn't able to vote in an election. You see everything Trump is doing. All you Republicans and Trump supporters are soon starting to change your mind and say, wait a minute, maybe I think I made a mistake because Trump is now affecting their lives financially or somehow. See how that works? Huh? Yeah. How long does it take for anybody to figure out the guy's mentally unstable? That he's a dictator? That he's making life hard for the average American? And with all these tariffs and everything he's putting against other countries, he's making more enemies. The United States doesn't need more enemies. The United States has plenty of enemies. And they're walking on a tightrope. And they're going to fall. It's a perfect example of power wanting more power. That's all it is. Then he puts Elon on his cabinet. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Well, it's for real. Elon wants to be the first U.S. trillionaire. That's his goal. And he wants to hang around with Trump, who's already a billionaire, like himself, multi-billionaire. Power seeks power. And people hang around with other people that could give them that extra power that they want, that extra punch in their income. They want to create a dynasty. This is what greed does to people. Even people on YouTube. They'll do clickbait to get people to come to their channel. They'll use women as a way of attracting viewers. It's an art. It's an art. It's an art. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Because nobody would watch their channel otherwise if they didn't use clickbait titles. Then the people, though, it kind of works against them, but then the people get disappointed and say, you made me listen to your whole fucking show, creep. So, you know, where's the topic that you put on there? You barely touched upon it, or you just created this topic and maybe you touched upon it, but it wasn't what people expected. Not in the least. I don't know, this whole fucking YouTube world is, it's quite bizarre. Let's just say that kindly. It's quite bizarre. People pitted against each other like I've never seen before in my life. Get your own lives together and appreciate what you have, because you could wake up one morning or maybe you won't wake up in the morning. You've criticized somebody else and it all came back on you. You're the one that wound up croaking rather than the other person you wished it on. Or some big medical disaster happened to you, but now, oh, when a medical disaster happens to you, YouTube is no more of an interest to you because you're fighting for your fucking life. YouTube becomes very insignificant at that point, doesn't it? But still, they might use YouTube as a platform to collect money to pay for their medical problems. Oh, that never happens on here. The irony, the hypocrisy. He's hurting your stock portfolio. Do you really have a stock portfolio? You are entertaining, Mrs. Heminger. I got it. You've been around for years. Maybe one day you will reveal finally who you are before you croak. Here it is. Like usual. Got some honey in there too. All right, the bottom line is that Barry is going to be transferred to Bickerton. It's funny how things work out, isn't it? And it's, the funny thing is, I don't hate Barry. He disgusts me. I mean, I don't like him. I don't hate Barry. I should. I don't hate Barry like you think I do. But he's done me wrong. I could no longer sit back and do nothing. Because that's not who I am. I will approach things head on. That's what I do. In his case, it was warranted. There's nobody out there that's going to disagree with me on this. They're not going to verbalize that on their comments or on their channel or something. They don't want to admit to it. That Frank was right, Barry was wrong. And whatever time he's been put in there, he deserves every bit of the time that he's been in the detention center. But what does piss me off, really pisses me off, is him getting his girlfriend involved in lying, trying to ruin my life. It's not acceptable to me at all on any level to separate me and my girlfriend. They don't care about the domino effect. They don't care about the ramifications on the people that love you. They're not involved in this, and they shouldn't be. But you are inadvertently hurting other people when you make a false report like that. When anybody, not just Shaw, when anybody makes a false report on somebody, or people turn in information to the various agencies because they don't like you and they just want to see the worst happen to you. Why? Why is that? Why is that? You that bitter in your life that you're willing to ruin somebody else's life unnecessarily and unwarranted? This is the bitterness that goes around YouTube. It's incredible. I'm not going anywhere. Certainly if I could help it. I know you're a troll and I know exactly who you are. People have tried and they fucking failed when it came to me. 10 years, they haven't been able to accomplish one goddamn thing. Except for Barry's girlfriend, who decided and agreed with her boyfriend, yeah, let's be vindictive. Let's show him. Let's get revenge on him. Let's get revenge on him. There ain't enough time in jail that's going to pay for my stress with this matter. Not the stress on a level you think. It's more of an internal stress of having to just deal with all this bullshit in court and everything else. And, it's not tearing me apart. I'm just upset and irritated over this. The gall for somebody to go put a false report in on somebody just to
satisfy their boyfriend, and for the boyfriend to convince his girlfriend to do that to enact revenge. That's what pisses me off. That's exactly. And what, they think I'm not going to react to that, right? Yeah, dream on. Of course I'm going to react to that. So a price has to be paid for the ill doings of people. There has to be a price paid for it. And Mr. Jordan is paying the price as we speak. I told you I'm a person who's going to do what he says he's going to do. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's not going to talk about it. I'm the person that's going to do it. And I've proved that time and time again. Haven't I? Haven't I? So, Barry is facing the future, which is going to be very grim. That's it. Sometimes things come back and the mud goes back in somebody's face after they've said something about somebody. Or shouldn't have been said. Never been said. Anything in there? Can I fit all this in there?
Not all. Put that.
Put what?
That's more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I help out. I help doing a wash around here. And it's not a one-sided relationship. And that's the way it actually should be. We are caretakers for each other, but I don't expect her to do all the laundry and do everything around the house. As long as I'm capable of doing things, I'm going to help out. And that's the way it should be. It's not always that way with people. They figure that's a woman's job, or that's a Filipina's job. No, it's not a Filipina's job. The fact that they're nurtured, that's a plus. But don't sit back and have her be your indentured servant or something, you know. Okay, well, that's kind of what I had to say for this morning. Robert, you're fighting a downhill battle, I will tell you that. Why don't you talk about something positive on your show for once? People might have a different opinion of you. They've already formulated an opinion about you already. Think about your own lives and go on with your own lives. Don't worry about what's happening in my life or anybody else's. Think about your own, because it might be very short-lived. As some YouTubers have found out. Think of who died in the past year or so. And more to come. Is it really worth it to come on here and just down people all the time? You can take the high road anytime you want. But it don't mean you're right. You know what it is? It's acceptance of the other trolls. I gotta say something against Frank or somebody, because I'll be more accepted in the group. It's like joining a boys' club. And you would think some of these people you think have their lives together in so many ways, but they don't. Some of them have a lot of money. But the question is their life really together? These are like nomads, really. A lot of them are like nomads, and they go from place to place, and they don't know what they want to do in life. They go live in one country, go live in another one for a few months. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no direction. Now you might say, okay, if you got the money, you could afford to go to another country, spend some time to go back and forth, because you're not legally liable to
to stay in a particular country. If you got the money to travel, then bless you. But a lot of these people, they're getting to be a ripe age, and they're still not settled in a relationship. No, it doesn't mean everybody is supposed to have a relationship. Some people are happy without. Get laid every now and then. Some people are good with that. They've had bad relationships, and they feel, I don't want to get into another one again. So I'm just going to screw around and have fun. There's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do. But as you get older, you're going to realize you're going to need somebody in your life, and a lot of relatives are dying, your family's dying, you got nothing left as you get older. And, the older you get, the harder it is to be able to get a really good partner. I mean, a true partner that wants you for you and not your money. That's very hard to get a woman that fits that criteria. And a lot of these people with their big mouths and joining the high road, yeah, some of them got money. Money is not everything, man. As life goes on, you'll realize money is not everything. But living a stable life, grounded life, with somebody who really gives a fuck about you, you'll find is the most important. These people are lonely. They're not going to tell you that. They want to depict their lifestyle as being, oh yeah, man, 5 stars, or they're traveling from country to country, living this so-called great life of being single, and being able to screw who they want, go to whatever country they want, screw other women, go back to another country, screw more women, pay for them, of course. That's the only way they can get them, is to pay for them. That's a statement in itself right there. But they take the high road. I coined the phrase on here, the high roaders. And we know who's in that club, don't we? They have nothing but bad things to say about people. But they need to reflect upon themselves to know what they're doing, whether it's right or wrong, and face the reality when they're wrong, and admit when they're wrong. Admit when they are wrong. What are you doing, Chichi? Come here. Admit when they're wrong. People might think a little more highly of you. Stop trying to join a boys' club just to be accepted and say horrible things about people that are not necessarily true or fully untrue. The truth always reveals itself at one point or another. It always does, as we're finding out all the time. That's why I don't want to get involved with expats. It's not something I want to do. It's not something I plan to do for as long as I'm on YouTube, or as long as there's life-giving blood going through my veins. They're the worst people to deal with. I did not come to this country to be around the same fucking people that I left in the first place that really just turned me off. That was never my goal. It's still not my goal. I don't want anything to do with these kind of people. The rare occasion that I might meet up with somebody, that's over with now. I will never meet another YouTuber again. That's just out of the question. It's out of the picture. It was rare that I even went to meet Mick. But he seemed to, oh, well, I'm going to come down and to meet you and all that stuff. He wasn't trying. He admitted himself. He says, I wasn't looking for a friend. No, he certainly wasn't. He had ill motives, is what he had. He wasn't coming for no friendship. It was all a lie. And why was he trying to hide Yats? Why was he trying to hide her? No, don't put her on your video. I'd appreciate that, Why? If she was your girlfriend, why not be loud and proud and say that Yats is my girlfriend? What's wrong with that? I have nothing against Yats, but I don't think she's very positive with me. And the whole time she was there, she knew he was on a fact-finding mission. She knew. But she was very nice to me and Gilda. That's okay. Cool. We're nice back, because that's who we are. But if I would have known at the time of their motives, I would have never met up with him. But why was he trying to hide Yats? Was he embarrassed of her? Why? She seemed like a nice woman. I have nothing against Yats. I have nothing against. It's too bad, really, if she has something against me. I have no reason to have anything against her. She never did me wrong, except her relationship, friendship, whatever you want to call it, with Mick. Of course, she's backing Mick up, of course. That's what they do. I have nothing against Yats. I never said a bad word about Yats. But he involved her. I don't think Yats thinks highly of me. I don't know why. Because she's listening to Mick, and that's her good friend or boyfriend or whatever she is. I don't know. I don't really care. That's their personal shit. I don't give a fuck what a relationship is to him. Wishful thinking, Mix. I'm well ahead of the situation. It will be taken care of accordingly. Life goes on. You make lemonade out of lemons. If I had to be deported, it would not be permanent. But we're going to try to make sure that doesn't happen. I got a good team of lawyers. And there's always other avenues to address if something like that, wishful thinking on your part, I'm sure, would happen. Don't hold your breath, that's all I can tell you. And then over to the fat lady sings. And there's ramifications to everything that anybody does. The false report, harboring, aiding, and abetting, that's not off the table. And that's not off the table at all. In fact, it's on the table. And according to what happens, it'll be more so a reality to somebody. You don't lie and try to ruin somebody's life with lies. Would you like that happening to you? You got to think that way too. Would you like that happening to you? That somebody puts in a false report on you when you've never done any of the above. How's your reaction going to be to that? You're not going to like this person at all. You're not going to show no mercy on them whatsoever. They're trying to ruin your life that you built up with a false fucking report, a complaint, totally false and valid, made from viciousness, from revenge. That's not cool, not in my books. That's not cool at all. There'll be ramifications from that, I guarantee you that. It's not over. It's just beginning. Let's put it that way. I have my own plans to deal with this situation. She ain't going to like it. She's not going to like it at all. One step at a time. One step at a time. But they're going to be very planned steps. Someone trying to destroy my life based on false information. The hell with that shit. You think I'm not going to fight that tooth and nail? You got another thing coming. You made that decision to make a complaint? Now you're going to have to deal with the consequences of it later on. It may not even be that far in the future. But you made a decision to do a complaint like that? You gave in? Who knows? Maybe there was money offered to her. I don't know. I don't know all the details. She was definitely coerced into doing this, that's for damn sure, by Barry. And maybe enticed a little bit by other people that have deeper pockets. Who knows? The real story behind this. Is that a possibility? Yes, of course it is. They'll pay the price. Anyway, that's my show. So Barry's going to go to Big-Uton. There you go. Nothing else to talk about on that part. He will appear on camera in court. We'll see what his revered attorney has to say about this. I think you know where this is all going. It's pretty obvious. And it does look like a good future with all the new information coming into the courts about Barry, with his threats to me and intimidation of other people. You can only imagine that when a judge comes up, the time at the end of this trial, when he makes his decision as to what they want to do with him. I don't think it's going to be a slap on the wrist, and since you already got a summary deportation, we're just going to get rid of you and be over with it. I don't think it's going to happen that way. I just don't think it's going to happen that way.
Alrighty. Take a good look at the thumbnail. And for those that don't know what the poops looks like, there he is. And actually, in these pictures, he's standing in a group, and he's like the smallest, tiniest guy in the group that's standing there. Now, of course, you have to put the age a little greater because this is not a current photograph of him, so you can imagine what he looks like these days. But that's Poops. Now, he spent quite a few. Well, how long was he on doing one of his simulcasts? And he was preaching God, preaching Jesus. Jesus. Of all the people preaching Jesus, it turned out more to be a comedy than anything else. This is Mr. Evil, the evil Schlep, I call him. And he's talking about, you should believe in Jesus. Well, if he follows the word, he wouldn't be putting on shows like this, would he? If he was that religious, would he? Doesn't have anything good to say about anything. But he's preaching God, giving a sermon on his show. Oh, you didn't see, there's more pictures. No, he's not a real tall guy. And in the pictures, you can't see, he's standing to these other guys, and he's the shortest one, actually, in the picture. He's got big ears. Looks like a killer. Oh, yeah, he looks like a killer, all right. But that's Poops right there. That's Poops. And I couldn't listen to his whole sermon that he was preaching, but I heard enough to give me a good laugh and say, this is a guy that says, I should find God. I should find religion. But he don't go to church either. And if everything was actually a comedy, this was an absolute comedy show. Because what does this guy do normally on here? The guy's pure evil. Contradicting himself constantly. Again, the hypocrisy was deafening. Coming from him. Preaching God. He's got an RSVP to hell, he just doesn't know it. Preaching God? Damn, really? Now, that's funny. You want true comedy, do you? Just go listen to his last live stream, and that's comedy. Of course, he had all his minions on there too, and a good list of minions that like to follow his hate. The man who says he's a highly religious person, he believes in good, he doesn't like evil, but yet he does shows that are very evil. Don't you, Robert? Talk about hypocrisy at its best. That's why I don't get involved with organized religion. That's why I don't get involved in organized religion. Because most of these people are hypocrites. Not all of them, but I think a lot of them are. Again, you know that spiel I went through, yeah. Go to confession, make all your sins, go to confession booth on Sunday. He absolves you of your sins. Say 5 Hail Marys. Goes back on Monday and commits more sins.
rinse and repeat. Goes back to next Sunday. Well, that's why I don't get involved with organized religion. Now, it's my right to believe in whatever I want. I let people do whatever they want to do as far as their religious beliefs, and rightfully so. You can't tell people not to be religious. You could definitely say that, hey, I have the right to believe in what I believe in. But they'll attack you for that. These are hypocrites. It's a hypocrisy at its best. You're not a good person unless you're religious and believe in God. That's lame. The high roaders. These are the high roaders. All the high roaders. They do evil, speak evil, talk evil, practice evil. But they're preaching God. They're preaching Jesus. And coming from Popeye's mouth, hypocrisy at its best. There's other pictures too. It's not as clear as I would like you to see that, but there are other pictures too. Unfortunately, I don't have two phones going, but I'll be able to show you the other some other time. He's got big ears, and he's like the smallest guy, and there's a group photo, a couple of them. And this was taken, I think he looks bad in that, come to modern time and just amplify it, because that picture could have been 10, 20 years ago. Okay, so just figure what he looks like now. If he could try. So why he doesn't go on camera? But that show went on for a while. Of course, he did my simulcast, as he normally does. And he, recruited all his minions to say horrible things about me, which is what drives his show. And this is a man of pure evil who's preaching God. Preaching God. Yeah. Imagine that. Preaching God. And the things he had to say, calling me a pedophile. What would God have to say about that, sir? What would God have to say about that? All he talks is shit on his channel. Mr. Goodliness. Mr. Godliness. But what does he preach? Evil, hate, lies. Everything's in contempt. But this is the guy that comes on and has the gall to talk about anybody else. It doesn't have to be me, but especially me. Trying to say that my values are not up to his, because I am not a religious person. Well, I'm not a religious person. That's my right. But it seems that a lot of people who are very religious, they don't want to give you the freedom, your own freedoms of your own thoughts and beliefs. It's their way or the highway. Now, of course, we all know that's not a fair thing, but what's fair? When it comes to religion, people are they could be very devout, but the unfortunate thing is they don't follow all the values of the Bible. Not even close. They think by saying that, oh yeah, I love Jesus, I love God, I love this and that, they're going to score points with the big guy in the sky. But if anything, he's not going up, he's going down. He's going to go to hell. Because there's nothing good about this person at all. But he's preaching God. He's preaching God. That's amazing. This is what I mean, guys. Need I say any more? The very people who hide behind the Bible thumpers, are the ones that are the biggest hypocrites in the world. That's why I don't get involved with organized religion, or any religion. I choose not to. That doesn't make me a bad person. It makes me a person that has his own thoughts, beliefs, and values that may not adhere to somebody else's. But you don't attack somebody because they're not a practitioner of religion. But this is what's caused how many holy wars on earth, because people are fighting over also their religious beliefs. It's not just for resources and stuff like that. Religious beliefs. Religious beliefs. Is he moving? I think it's after his hearing, and Popeye's wrong about that too. It is going to take 6 months, a year for that to happen. No, it's supposed to happen sometime after the next trial date. That's as far as I know. And yet, he comes on his show, says the most horrible things, and he thinks he's scoring points with the big guy in the sky, when it's absolutely the opposite. That's why I don't get involved with religion. I was baptized, as a kid. I was raised Catholic. I never adhered to it. It was something that you had to do as a little Italian-American boy in New York. That's what your parents made you do. You didn't want to go to that catechism and make a communion, confirmation. It's what you had to do. But as time went by, I realized that that's not what the world is really all about. And the hypocrisy, the contradictions, the fallacies of religion, it just didn't meet my eye. But see, that was my right. That was my right to believe in what I wanted to believe in. Nobody has the right to tell me that I'm a bad person because I don't share their religious beliefs. I support people's religious beliefs if they're going to practice it and not be a hypocrite. I believe everybody has a right to believe in whatever it is that they want to believe in. As far as religion, it's a very touchy subject with religion because there are a lot of religious people in the world, and there's nothing wrong with that. If they stay on track with their beliefs, if they adhere to the Bible or whatever they read, the Quran, the Bible, or whatever, that's fine. Adhere to these values and morals. But when you don't, you have no right to preach your religion as if your shit doesn't stink. That's what Popeye does. He's the most evil bastard on YouTube, bar none. And he's preaching God, and I should find God. Fuck you, Robert. God has plans for you if there's a God, and I don't think you're going to like it. Anyway, that picture of him was taken a long time ago. Just add 20, 30 years to that, whatever the hell it is, and try to picture what he looks like today. Frightening as it might be. That's why he doesn't go on camera. Oh, I know he's mad now. Oh, there's others I'll share with you too, but that's why he doesn't go on camera. You can't blame him, right? So religious. But he got boat barrels loaded all the time when it comes to me. Calling me every name in the book and labeling me everything you could possibly think of. Would a religious person who follows the scriptures and all that stuff talk like he does, act like he does, live his life like he does? Answer is no. That's why he's a hypocrite. So I'm not going to make judgment on somebody who's religious or has religious beliefs, but I will make a judgment on when they take their religious beliefs and they tear it apart to their benefit somehow to make you sound like you're a terrible person because you're not religious. I mean, I have rights too to believe in what I want to believe in. But when you're a Bible thumper like he is, who does not practice what he preaches, that's another story. People have rights to whatever their religious beliefs are, and I have no problem with that. I don't care if you're Muslim, you practice Catholicism. I don't care about any of that. There's nothing wrong with some kind of a practicing Catholic. What's wrong with this picture, Well, there's a lot wrong with his picture, but when it comes out of the mouth of somebody like him, you have to laugh. You say to yourself, are you fucking kidding me? He's over there preaching God for how much of his broadcast, and his minions going along with him when they're just as fucking evil as he is. Speaking about God and Jesus and everything else. But what are they saying on the show? Nothing good. If there is a hell, maybe they got that little RSVP to hell. But you know what? Hell doesn't have to be after you die. Hell could be while you're alive. I think he's going through his own hell, and that's why he's so bitter. Nobody's going to tell me what to believe in. Nobody. They don't have that right. I may come from and they weren't very practicing either, though, really. I do from a Catholic family, but I never really saw them practice the values that much either, so, I never adhered to all that religious brainwashing that was put upon children. That's all it was. Because it was a priest that were raping boys. There was even the nuns. I have a friend out, used to be in Pennsylvania, and he got accosted by a nun. And it was the nuns that carried those wooden sticks and used to hit the kids with them. Yeah, the nuns, they were so frustrated because they took a vow of having, celibacy, no sex. And they were frustrated, and so was the priests. And the Vatican takes care of that problem all the time. They pay people money off when they put a case against them when a priest has done wrong to a little boy. The Vatican steps in and says, hey, shh, we'll give you money to shut up. And that's your religion. Be proud of it. There's more of that going on that meets the eye. You just don't hear about it because these families are being paid off. Imagine being a priest or a nun, and you're devout Christian, Catholics, but you don't adhere to the very thing that you preach. That's what Popeye does. He does not adhere to what he preaches. I mean, just listen to his show. Does that sound like a very religious person to you? He could talk about Jesus and God and everything else, but is he practicing? Is he a practicing Catholic? He's doing everything against his beliefs, and he does it very well on his show. Practicing Catholic, huh? Not from what I could hear, Robert. I don't hear that at all. I think you're pure evil. Wishing death or wishing bad things on me and whatever. Calling me a pedophile. You know better than Barry. How are you better than Barry? And you knock Barry all the time. But you're doing the same thing that Barry does, aren't you? What makes you better than Barry? You're not better than Barry. You live a pitiful life. Your laptop is your microphone to the outside world, and all you do is preach his hate. People like you, they have a place. They have a place. It's all set aside for you. If you believe in the hereafter, you believe in heaven and hell, they got a place for him. Already. But as I said, sometimes it's not the hell, if you're religious and you believe in heaven and hell, it's not the hell that you go to after you die. It's the life you're living now, which could be your living hell. And he's going through a living hell right now as we speak. He's one of the most bitter people in our community, in the YouTube history. He's one of the most bitter melons ever in this genre. And you could hear it in his voice. And yes, he does mess around with a lot of alcohol. I heard him talking about alcohol and getting drunk, and he's a drunk. He's an alcoholic. Mr. Do-Gooder, Mr. High Road. He's an alcoholic. He does smoke. I'm convinced of it. I've heard him drunk in the past. And this is a guy that's preaching on his channel. I get what's wrong and what's right. Well, he doesn't talk about what's right. Everything is what's wrong and tries to find a reason and rhyme to find fault with somebody. To me, that sounds like somebody who had a very dissatisfied life, who's bitter because he has not been able to experience the things that a lot of us have managed to experience and achieve. It's as clear as a bell. Papa, you're not only ugly outside, but you're ugly inside. You are living hell. This is your life. It's hell on earth. Not as it is in heaven. Thy will be done. I can remember all the phrases. I was a little Catholic boy, but I grew up to reality, my reality. It doesn't have to be shared by anybody else. But I'll be damned if somebody is going to tell me what to believe in. It's a crime, according to Popeye, that I'm not religious. I have every right to believe in whatever I want to believe in. Nobody has to force their religion down my throat, as I will not force my disbeliefs down anybody's throat. I will just state the fact that I'm not religious, leave it at that. And I'm happy for anybody who has had religion be a very positive thing in their life, something for them to look forward to practice, and if it keeps them straight and on the narrow, that's fantastic. If it keeps them out of trouble, but this is not one of the guys that stays out of trouble. If there is a purgatory, he's going straight there, he's going to be questioned. Did you not call Frank a pedophile? Did you not say all the hateful things you said on my YouTube channel? What other things has he done in his life that we don't know about? It's easy for him to preach God and religion, but to practice it, he doesn't. Doesn't practice it at all. That's all I had to say. I had a good laugh from his show. The preacher. Call him the preacher now. The preacher. You are the most hypocritical person I have ever heard on YouTube. And I've heard a lot of hypocrisy going on here. He spent a lot of time preaching God and I'm a bad person because, how could you be a good person, he says, if you don't believe in God? Well, there's some people that don't. That's all right. You could choose to be a Republican or a Democrat. That's your right. I can choose to be religious or not. That's my right. But in his eyes, unless you believe in what he believes in, that you're in the wrong. Sick people, I'm telling you, man, proven over and over again. Popeye, seriously, man, get a life. Get a life, dude. And Nico, shut the fuck up. You're on the list of the biggest losers on here. He will blatantly come out and talk about my girlfriend. He's done it, Nico. He's nothing but a fat fucking loser. Has more sexual interest in his blades of grass in his yard than he has in women, because he can't get any women that want to stay with him. He's not the best looking guy in the world, and he's got a fucked up personality, and he really looks down on women. We heard him the way he talked about women. He calls them hoes and bitches. Obviously he doesn't respect women. Obviously he doesn't respect Filipino women. He calls them hoes and bitches. There you go. Need I say more? There you go. Heminger comes in. Popeye said he doesn't go to the Philippines because he thinks 60s is too old to start a relationship. No, maybe because he can't get a relationship. That's what he... Yes, I did hear that. I absolutely did. He's trying to make excuses for his loneliness. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Excuse because he can't get a woman, or nobody would want him. Look at his photo. Hugo says his obsession with you is freakish. Yeah, you think? These are people that are without. They might be doing okay financially to get by or something, but they don't have a personal life. Their personal life is all YouTube. He'll question my relationship because he doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. And who knows how long he has been without a woman. Who would want this creep anyway? Nobody. So what do? When you can't get a woman and you're alone like that, you get very bitter. And he's like a perfect example. He's a poster child for bitterness, man. He's got fucking blue balls. No, he's got purple balls. The only reason he'll ever ejaculate is from masturbation, not from actual sex with a woman. I think he keeps his hands awfully busy. Probably ejaculates to my voice. I wouldn't be surprised. We got some freaky people on here, man. We got the other guy in jail who likes to talk about everybody coming over to suck his dick all the time. What does that say about him? Does it make you suspicious of something? Listen to what they have to say, and you learn a lot. Best and brightest. Hello. Popeye is a clown. The photo you posted was from 15 years, a long time ago. 15 years ago. I saw the recent photo floating around you. You would burst out laughing. Yeah, I'd like to see the more recent one. I do know that wasn't recent. I know that was a long time ago. If he looks that way then, boy, I just love to see the way he looks now. That's why he doesn't come on camera. He doesn't want anybody to know his face. Or he doesn't want to be seen on the street for people that he's pissed off, and maybe they'll beat the shit out of him. It's losers like this that never go on camera. I go on camera when I want. I've been known to, of course. You all know what I look like. I don't hide anything, really. I am what I am. I just don't choose to go on camera all the time. I'm not a TV host. I mean, you know. The photo now is from a screenshot of when he forgot his cam was on for a split second. I remember when that happened, and I think people got shots of that. Frank, you're having too much fun. Lately, I am. Of course he hibernates in his house and goes behind his laptop and does all these hate shows. I'll tell you, man, I was like snickering when I was listening to him get into that tirade of religion, coming from, of all people, who is also hated on YouTube. He's not respected. These are just his minions that follow him, so they have some drama. Every one of the commenters on there were all hateful pieces of shit that were humoring Papa. They weren't laughing with him, they were really laughing at him. He doesn't realize that. These are his minions, and they get joy out of talking bad shit about me. Because it's the same thing I believe in. It's these same people that are not living the life I am. It's the same people that have not made it to the Philippines, couldn't make it there, couldn't find a woman to get interested in the Philippines, so they turned just as bitter as Popeye did. Just as bitter. Hemish says, I think most of the stuff Popeye says he just does for an effect. Well, it makes him look foolish, I can tell you that. Brightest says, I would not be surprised if Popeye hasn't been laid since his wife left him. That's my belief, too. That's why he's so frustrated. How about somebody that's used to getting sex all the time and don't get it? You would think they get frustrated, wouldn't you? I'm sure he's frustrated. He's beyond frustrated. And the only way he can relieve himself is to go on Pornhub or something, or listen to my voice. Do you think that would shock me if he was ejaculating to my voice? No, that would not shock me at all. We got some crazy creeps out there, man. I personally think he's attracted to me. I'm going to stick to that. No, he hasn't been laid for a long time. How about that earthquake, folks? Mostly in Myanmar, can never pronounce it. That's a country in turmoil, too. But it did hit Bangkok. That big building, that was under construction, 30 stories. What the hell were they building it with? The concrete didn't cure or something? I mean, what happened? There might have been at least 100 workers around that site that got killed, and there were other structures too. So the numbers are not out. But in Myanmar, It could be some really big numbers there. Big numbers. Oh, I'm sure he does, Mrs. Heminger. A poster of me. Flattering, but kind of a horrible thought. Heminger says, I saw a couple of in a pool and they almost flew out because the windows of the pool of the skyscraper fell off. Yeah, did you see the videos of the pools on top of the buildings? It was like it made a waterfall. It was shaking so much all the water was emptying out. You know, modern day buildings, especially over a certain height, they actually have it's kind of a gyro system in there. That's the modern engineering that they don't all practice. Specifically for an earthquake. It's kind of a gyro in there. It helps to, the building kind of moves with the shaking. It protects it from falling apart. But if you saw that construction, the one in Bangkok, that thing felt like it was dust. I mean, if you want to compare that to 911, we know that there was charges that were set in that building a long time before it actually happened because it pancaked. And that building, the World Trade Center, should not have pancaked. I've been up there before on the observatory tower, so I've had the chance to be there. But that had to be set there a long time ago in preparation. But these buildings that they're building them they're not always up to code. They use a cheaper concrete or something or cheaper materials. What do you expect? And of course, all the older structures in there, they're ready to fall by breathing on it and nevertheless have an earthquake. And that's why I would never want to live in a condo in Cebu, because when a big one hits, they're going down. They're going down. Unless they are really high-tech structures that have a gyro. If I'm saying, yeah, it's basically a balance system. It helps with the movement of the building. Yeah, living in a high-rise condo, that's not something I'd want. Staying in a condo, yeah, when you have to, go stay somewhere, you take that chance. But don't matter which floor you're on. If you're on the bottom floor, you're going to be flattened like a pancake anyway. You're on a higher floor, you're going to go down. You just got a bigger ride. But that heavy concrete falls on you on the way down. You're dead before you even know it. And they didn't feel anything. Any of those people in those high rises, they didn't feel a thing. But for those that somehow managed to be alive under that rubble, they're not going to survive that. The excavating they got to do. But Trump, is he going to be willing to help? He says he didn't want to put no foreign aid to anybody in disasters. What's Trump going to do about this? Bangkok didn't even feel the earthquake. Imagine if they got a direct hit. Well, that building went down, some other small places. But Miramar, whatever, yeah, they got the brunt of it. China even had some of it too, they experienced. And nothing here in the Philippines, though. The epicenter was in Miramar. Don't worry if I mispronounce it, because that's not a name of a country I ever really use. So pardon me on the pronunciation of that. But it has to do with the design of the load-bearing wall. Yeah, many seismic calculations go into the designs. Well, modern times, they're paying more attention to that now. But you got to understand, a lot of these buildings were built on silt. Okay, look at the reclamation area in Cebu, right? That was all ocean. Look at IT Park. That was a reclamation area. That was all water, swamp. That's kind of scary. Even in Seattle, they had on the waterfront at the harbor, they got these big condo buildings everywhere. It was all built on silt. And when you got enough moisture in the ground, when there's enough shaking, that silt becomes like almost a liquid.
and the structures will go down. Have you? 10 earthquake. I mean, there was a good sized earthquake in Seattle. It was on my job. I was using a gas powered leaf blower in a park, and all of a sudden, everything started shaking. It was a couple of times experience. Everything started shaking. There was garbage cans made out of metal. They were shaking like crazy. My truck, which was a Parks pickup truck, man, it was going forward and backwards, forward and backwards. Uh, Everything was shaking around me. That was the first real earthquake experience. There was another one that I had in Seattle. That I was using the restroom, this rented place I had, and out, right in the restroom area, right around the turn, there was a washer and dryer, and I'm thinking something's starting to shake. The ground's vibrating. I'm thinking, do I got something in a spinner or something? That I forgot about, and I was washing clothes. I mean, I had to think for a second because it just hit me, and the floor was rattling, and I said everything was shaking. I said, "Holy shit!" And that was nothing really. The one, it did cause a little damage in Seattle. Mostly brick buildings fell apart. It wasn't nothing really major, but I tell you what, the experience was interesting, and I felt earthquakes in Hawaii too. They weren't terrible ones or anything like that, but numerous times I felt earthquakes in Hawaii. So let me look where I was located. Really. Let's see. Before I go, I got to read more comments. I'm not going to plan to be on here much longer. I got something planned today. The builder to implement them, and the inspector to sign off. Very easy to cut corners. Yeah, I'm sure it is Southeast Asia. That's what they do. Heminger says, I've had earthquakes with epicenters miles away. Dustin Brider says, George goes through an earthquake every time Heidi burps. I guess the ground shakes when she walks. Yeah, she's very sedentary, which is not good. She knows it too. But hey, that's their problems. It's not ours. Like I said, what you do with your life, your religious beliefs. Do you think Popeye had any fucking right at all to attack me on my religious beliefs or not? I think that was really wrong, but everything he does is wrong. That's why you'll never see me adhering to some religious belief, because some of the biggest fucking hypocrites in the world are religious. They don't practice what they fucking preach. None of them do. But they're definitely treasures of the community. Oh, you got a little smitting for Heidi, do you, Mrs. Heminger? You think she's purty? They're treasures of the... Yeah, they're treasures, all right. Okay. Gossiping about everybody on YouTube. They're real treasures. Yeah, she's sexy. Yeah. Got that right. I mean, you're right, Mrs. Heminger, huh? But you're always right? But yeah, I got a lot of snickering just listening to Popeye's little summary of who I am and what he believes I am. I swear it sounded like a total autobiography. It's exactly what it was. It was an autobiography of himself. He didn't even realize that he was projecting. No, it's not April 1st yet. George is kind of strange. I don't know, man. His eyes or something? I don't know. He's a strange dude. I don't know what got those two together, but bless them. Probably made for each other. Henry says, Frank, I was laughing when Popeye was pretending altruistically he doesn't go to Philippines because he doesn't want to shortchange a Filipino. Now that was funny because, yeah, I listened to him
And he gave this really ridiculous reasons why he won't come to the Philippines. Because he know he couldn't get a woman, probably even if he paid for them. And Popeye's cheap. He don't put money out. All he talks about is his stupid fucking Subic Bay days. Because that's all he's got to talk about. That's all he's got. He probably married that woman that gave him the blowjob under the table. But I have to still give her credit. She left him. And she did the best thing in her life she ever did. Was to leave that loser. Yeah. Can you imagine Popeye is approaching 40 years since his last visit? Yeah, exactly. And yet he gives so much advice about the Philippines. Talk about living in the past. Yes, this guy is living in his past. Say my friend Larry who passed away. All he knew of was Mount Vernon, New York. And us kids growing up. And he'd share those memories. Because he really wasn't involved. He didn't get to go out and play all the time in the snow like the other kids. He was living his life vicariously through other people. And he lived it through me. Everything was thinking back to the good old days when he was a child and all that. Things were simpler, but it wasn't simple for him in that family, though. It never usually is. But this is kind of what's happening with Poops, because that's all he had was this Subic Bay shit. Of course he's frustrated and he's bitter. I mean, examine his history. Only Popeye can say this stuff with a straight face on Jesus and why he won't go back to the Philippines. Yeah, so he's lying to Jesus too. What a fucking loser, man. Pot calling the kettle black, I suppose. He's not living according to the scriptures in the Bible. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. Okay, let's make this short and sweet. Are you confused about this Social Security increase or expected extra check? Or, well, if you're on the internet, you're going to hear all these different things, so don't salivate if you really need the money that bad and you're thinking that, gee, there's a program that's going to give me more Social Security money. There is none that I know of. And if you read a lot of the nonsense on the internet all the time, Social Security increases as part of this, what do you call, program, and whether you're on SSI or whatever the situation might be. I don't know of any programs going on with Social Security that's going to give anybody extra money in their check next month, or a separate check for 1,400 or 5,000 or anything like that. So if you're salivating, thinking, "Oh, extra money in your Social Security check," I don't think that's going to happen. I know it gets very confusing when you read all this shit on the internet. I have no clue actually what they're talking about. Um, I have no clue at all what they're talking about. I don't know anybody who's getting an increase, and then they're talking about people who are just going down the system. Uh, I hear things that they may have difficulty being a new receiver of such benefits, whether it's a disability or otherwise. First timers. So, what is there to believe? If anybody has information on this, please share it because I have no clue. I have no clue. And neither does millions of other Americans. They don't have any clue what's going on. Well, this is the U.S. government. Government doesn't give away money that easy, but they're really quick to take it. Once you learn that, you'll understand. You've already had your COLA increase of 2.5, I think, percent at the beginning of the year. Everybody's received that marvelous increase in their Social Security. Hardly. But if you're expecting all of a sudden your payment to jump up or get a separate check or something, I just really don't see that happening. Unless somebody wants to fill me in on that, I know of no such thing. But you will see it all over the internet talking about this and talking about that, just programs, and I don't know of any such animal. So don't salivate and thinking you got a couple of extra coins in your pocket to buy more booze with or something. I just don't see that happening. The government's not going to. There's no special programs going on, although you would think there was. I could be wrong on this, but I don't think I'm wrong on this. I don't follow this shit, really. I get my Social Security in the bank. If there's any changes, I know about it, by the amounts in there and any other information. But yeah, it's pretty clear to me that there's no such animal. There's no such animal. And, it's like our government putting the savings to us by charging people tariffs and all this crap that's going on. They're going to see this miraculous thing happen where the American people are going to benefit in their pension checks. Then you'll hear something about you have to be a government worker or police or fire department or something like that, governmental offices. They don't make themselves very clear on this at all. Um, so it's just kind of a word up on this. There is, to my knowledge, not going to be any kind of increase in your Social Security. If you're solely dependent on your Social Security, or by the way, if you're ever afraid of losing your Social Security, that's not going to happen. And despite what's going on with the new president, your Social Security check is safe. And if you've been receiving it in your bank account every month, you will continue to receive your check. You don't have to do anything at all. There are no proposed changes that I'm aware of, despite what you hear or read on the internet. So, if we have any finance specialists out there or Social Security experts out there, yeah. Hello, troll. Fortunately, I'm not going to be on here more than a couple more minutes. Well, I don't know. What's hygienic? I mean, as far as dead flesh of an animal, when you think about it, let's get real. Okay. No, it was hygienic. It was, refrigerated and all that. It was fresh chicken. I ate it. I didn't get sick, so much for that. Oh shit! I don't feel like going anywhere, but I gotta get out of here. Not in about 20 minutes, so I gotta leave. I gotta get the hell out of here. I got something I need to do today. I don't tell everything. Somebody wrote me and said, and I get these emails now and then, that you really shouldn't be saying too much of your private life. Well, duh. I think those of us that have shared any element of our private lives know that they made a huge mistake on here. Well, I have to agree with the person on that because they will try to use that information against you in any way that they can. So just go with that information. If you're going to do a continual show on YouTube, you're a vlogger. Yeah, I would definitely suggest that. And from my experience, of course, I would definitely suggest that you probably hold back on, or just limiting the information that you put out. That doesn't mean you have to hide your family, nothing like that. Anyway, yeah. No, I started talking about Hugo, the supposed increase in your Social Security checks or extra check or nothing. I know of no such program. All this bullshit going on, you see it all over the internet. Like you're going to get a separate check for 5,000 or 1,400 or some bullshit like that. I don't know of any real program that's going to do that for those that are, as I said, licking their chops and salivating. Yeah, yeah, I know. That's all you find on here. But there are people who just don't understand it and they see that and they get very disappointed to find out that, you know, that's the expectation of getting a bigger check. No, no. And as far as, like I said, Social Security is there to stay. I mean, for people worried about what's going on in this new administration, about losing their Social Security, no, you'll always get your check, get it deposited in your account. That's the best way to do it. And no, they're not planning on reducing your Social Security, nor are they planning on taking it away. Unless you've abused the system, well, that's a different story. And those that have been abusing the system, yeah, they stand a chance of having that. Yeah, there's a lot of fake news on here. It's getting irritating. A lot of AI shit too. People don't even, on advertisers, they don't even use their own voice anymore. It's just not a human. It's not a real voice anymore. And some people like AI, but I don't like it at all. Just like they're using machines, which is nothing new. Uh, they're destroying the jobs of all these checkers, cashiers in stores, and now they're using these little automated shit. You could pay over there rather than hiring somebody with a salary. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really thinking this is great for the future or the technology that's coming in that's going to replace workers. Um, it's scary for those that are still in the job market. Yeah. There was talk about it. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And that's what I think people are referring to. But the chance of that ever happening is, not much of a chance. Um, the economy, I mean, I make my own predictions, don't have to agree with me. We're going to be heading for a big recession, at least people in the United States are. It's coming. They call that my prophecy. And people are starting already to go against the government, the ones that actually hired into office Donald Trump. A lot of them are changing their tune and wishing they never voted for him because everything he's doing so far is manipulation of people's money, even so-called allies or neighbors of our country, and playing with the tariffs and all that. Sorry, I hit something on here. Richard. Oh, claims he is maxing out his Social Security deal. I don't know what he's doing. I don't really give a shit. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be around long enough to spend it, really, to be honest with you. Hey, I know what you're talking about. Disability. What disability does he have besides being mentally inept? I mean, SSDI. I wouldn't be surprised that he's on crazy pay. I would not. I would not be surprised, to be honest with you. I mean, duh. Watch his shows. Give you a hint. Yeah, if these people are receiving any kind of a disability check, most of them, I would say, are getting it not on a physical disability, but more of a mental. We call it in the States crazy pay. It's called crazy pay. And those who claim they got a really bad back or this or that, well, there might be people out there that do, but unless you were blown up by a device in the military, like somebody was, yeah, I could see them receiving a check, but then it makes you wonder, was it physical or was it mental? Did it damage their brain? I don't know. So which is it? They can qualify for both. I don't know. I guess it's unpleasant driving over an AID, whatever you call it, and it exploding. I've always thought the Army or something had more intelligence than that they can sense out where these little devices are. I thought they come a long way in technology, but I guess not. He got 100%. This thing is, I'm moving this thing. Let me leave this alone. Okay. He got 100% VA disability. They know how to milk the system. Why does does this keep changing here? What am I touching? It's changing screens on me without me doing it. There's a lot of people working the system. But don't follow. I mean, there's so much bullshit on the internet these days. They're talking about stars that died when they didn't even die. They're not even sick. Um, and people are very gullible, just like they believe shit on YouTube all the time. People are just very gullible. It could be a rock star, movie star died or something, or and then when they're telling the story on these news feeds, whatever, it's not news, on these feeds, they're not even going by a real person's voice. They don't even use a real person's voice anymore. Not even. I don't know if you like that kind of technology. I don't. I don't like that kind of technology. Um, I think it's amazing how they can do that, but nothing's real anymore. There's nothing real. And you want to see a future where everything is just, you know, not representing itself for what it is, whether it's a product, an advertisement, or don't even get somebody's real voice anymore. You don't need to. I'm into different types of modern technology. I think what I'm using right now is fantastic. Although I think in many ways it has divided a lot of people or has made people antisocial. A lot of people won't even see their friends. They'd rather talk to them and they feel more comfortable talking to them on a device like this. It's an amazing device, but yeah. Uh, yeah, he has a CPAC machine. He's got to get air forced in his lungs. No, he's got numerous problems going, but it's really none of my concern. That's his problem, not mine. Excuse the expression. We all have our crosses to bear. Yeah, and he has a number of his own, and that's his responsibility, and it's his problem, and it ain't yours, and it's definitely not mine. So, with that being said, life goes on until it can't, until your illnesses catch up with you. Look at what's his name, Mark Thornton, right? Mark Thornton, he already had different heart procedures and operations done, bypass and all that, and he basically said that I stopped taking certain heart medications, blood pressure, because my blood pressure was good, so I didn't feel that I needed to take it, right? No, my girlfriend has not a big problem with hypertension, but she does have, and she takes it no matter what. I mean, it's a light dose of something, but they say it's better off to take it than not. And you get just too comfortable with yourself. Ah, I've been monitoring my blood pressure and seems good. Yeah, well, if you had heart problems like his, I would really suggest. Also, keep in mind, about the aspirin thing. If you had heart problems, then yeah, you would have, I would say it would be a good reason to take aspirin. They don't suggest it otherwise, and people take it as a preventative for blood clotting and stuff like that. It's a good idea if it thins the blood, but unfortunately, it can cause stomach ulcers, but can cause other problems with your heart. You can't. A lot of people that are older, it's been suggested in the medical community that, in the past anyway, that take like even a children's aspirin every day as a preventative. But now they're saying, well, no, that's not a great idea because of potential bleeding, stomach, and whatnot. But however, they do suggest you got nothing really to lose. If you do have, heart problems, things like that, I mean, that maybe it is good to take an aspirin every day as a preventative. I probably would follow that advice really if you had a history of heart problems or procedures. So yeah, go with whatever you want to go with. As I said, I'm not a licensed doctor or any crap like that, and I don't pretend to be. And I do challenge doctors sometimes, like I did with a gastroenterologist many years ago in Hawaii. Yeah, wanted me to take proton pump inhibitors because I had GERD, and other things like related. And I said, wait a minute, man, no, that doesn't sound right. It's going to cause these other problems. Well, he goes, well, what's the worst of the two evils? If you don't take this, you may have these other problems. But then he doesn't say if you do take this, you're going to have maybe even further problems. So go with your gut. Excuse me, the pun. Go with your gun. Go with your gut instinct. Go with your gut instinct on that. Do your own research, okay? Really. That's what I would suggest. Sometimes you do got to question your own doctors. They're not always right. And maybe whatever your problem may be, maybe it's not their specialty. So if you have a particular problem, go see a specialist that is well versed on what your problem may be, rather than seeing a general practitioner who may not be as savvy of knowledge and how to treat a specific illness that you have. I mean, that's just common sense to begin with here. Just common sense. Okay, wasn't planning on being here very long. Let's see. What was the other thing on the disaster? I don't know what the count is. I don't know what. I don't think too many died in Bangkok, but a lot in Myanmar. I could never pronounce that. Myanmar, whatever. I think there's considerable. It's more toward the epicenter. Um, but it goes to show you how Mother Earth can cause a lot of damage, and you never could be really prepared for that. It's funny because they tell you to stock up in case of any emergencies, whether it's the weather or whatever it might be. But, out here, unless you could subject yourself to canned sardines and beef loaf or some shit like that, there really isn't much choices. I got a a cupboard room, a whole little room there devoted to, well, different things, but storage of food, or canned or box product. There's hardly anything in there. Because if you go to a local store out here, there's nothing. They hardly even sell many canned vegetables. The only canned vegetables you're going to see locally, I'll tell you exactly what they are. It's going to be canned cream corn or kernel corn. You may get some really bad named peas, which taste horrible. Um, Pork and beans, you could find that. There's not much. Unless you have a local diet. I mean, you'll be happy with a local diet. Some really, really bad tasting tuna that is spiced with all horrible tasting shit. Sardines, you know, uh, just things that are not very palatable to me. There's nothing to stock up on, really. There really isn't. And even so, if I went to S&R someplace, they're not even stocked up. They're not even stocked up on canned goods. You may have a few cans of soup here, $3 a can for like Campbell's chicken noodle soup or cream of mushroom. How much of that could you eat? So you're pretty much stuck with what you got here, unless you can find a store. They might have some unusual items in stock. You buy it. But to stock your cupboard up with food, it almost seems impossible if you're come from a Western culture and you're used to eating certain foods. The only thing I could find locally here, I love red kidney beans and garbanzo beans, kidney beans more so. Yeah, I could always find that in this one store. Very expensive though, but you buy it because they have it. And I could live on kidney beans and rice in case of an emergency if I couldn't get other food because everybody was sweeping the stores and gouging everything, just which they do in emergencies. I've seen it in Seattle. I've seen it in Hawaii. I've seen what people do when there's going to be some emergency, or they think there's going to be a tsunami or something went on, a big hurricane or some shit like that. People flock into stores. They grab all the toilet paper, bottled water, flashlights, even buy generators at times. When this big hurricane disaster just never happened, and they had a very mild rainfall, and sometimes I think this is structured to boost the economy. The word of impending doom that's going to be presented on people, impending doom. So it gets people to get out and spend their money, and they're buying flashlights, and they're buying, what you want, sweetheart? What do you want? What? They're buying flashlights, and they're buying water, and toilet paper, and booze, and beer, and, pretty clever. Sometimes I think the weather service is in it with the government with this, and they're just, wanting to get people to worry. The end is near, repent. Yeah. They sell this to you, you know what I mean? Figuratively speaking, and otherwise. You're the one that buys that. Okay, well, I wasn't planning on doing a law. I wasn't even planning on doing one or something. I got to get ready here, get some shoes on. I gotta get out of here for a little while. And we're gonna head to. Well, that's too much personal information. There we go. I stopped myself. That was really good. I'm learning. A little late, I guess, but let's just say that we have to do something, and I have to do it now. So thanks for listening. And don't put your trust in the government. You're gonna get extra money, your Social Security check. And don't believe everything you hear on YouTube. That all goes together. If you're that naive and gullible, then you deserve to be disappointed. That's my word. Ta-ta. Okay, so let's get personal. This is a charcoal drawing of me, which was in Victoria, Canada, in which me and my daughter made a trip to together. Pretty good depiction of myself back in the day. we're definitely getting personal on this one. And I was listening to a show from Paul, Old Dog, in which I thought he did a pretty good show with a pretty good analysis of his relationship with his children. He says, one biological from a marriage and two adopted children. What's really interesting is how I really related to what Paul said in regards to how kids, different generational, they change, people grow apart from each other, and maybe it also gets accentuated by the fact that maybe you moved out of the country. That never helps, but sometimes people have to move on with their life. They can't always be there. But it goes really beyond that, I think, in a lot of families. And, you know, we'll show you a couple of pictures here anyway. There. Look at that. So, point being here is that sometimes things change, and you can't always help. You can't replace the good old days. That's really hard to do. You can go back, thinking of pets you had, you can think about your children, when everything was so seemingly perfect, raising your children. First bicycle given by dad. Oh yeah, that was Maggie. God, I can't believe how she was jumping in the air like that. And this is when I first held my daughter in my arms for the first time. Yeah, it was the very first time I held my daughter in my arms. August 15th, 1982. Now, a lot of people have a lot of various opinions about this and about that. I always like this one. Leave me alone. Okay, now I've been going through my books here. Back in the day, Mott the Hoople here, you know. Colorado, Boulder Falls, that's me in the middle. There you go. It's actually, if I can do this right. Boy, I look back. Definitely got to take a screenshot of that one. I actually like that photo. You can't change things. Sometimes you could try, and you can make changes in your life, but there are sometimes, and of course, I think I showed this at the beginning, there was a charcoal drawing of me in Victoria, Canada. All right, so what's the point of this? I was listening to Paul's story, and I really related to it. You know, people go through different changes in their life, you know.
And there are things that you don't expect to happen, but they do happen. As later on in life, as you get older, you get wiser. And you're able to look back on things and say, hey, I'm going to stand up for this no matter what. That maybe I did not cause a situation. What are the causative factors you got to put in there? You can't force somebody to be in your life if they don't want to. Paul was talking on his show how one of his kids got into drugs, this and that. They haven't talked to each other for years. Only time he called him after 5 years, he went into rehab. But that was part of the thing I'm familiar with because I had a girlfriend who was part of one of these 12-step programs who they have to call all the people that they've done wrong to, And I don't know, the way I reacted to that with this girlfriend I had was like, oh yeah, okay, I know exactly what's going on. You're going to get your coins and you got to apologize to somebody that you've actually hurt. Yeah, seems a little late, but it's better than never, right? When it comes to raising a child, it's a really big responsibility. And I've always taken my responsibility very seriously. As a parent, you give your child advice. That's what a parent does. But if they don't take your advice, there's really nothing more you can do. When they don't want to change. So picture the scenario. Your daughter, son, whatever it might be, calls you up. I need some advice, Dad. Okay, so I ask you, what's going on now? Well, this and that. Someone she's dating did her wrong or whatever was going on. And she maybe knows that the relationship is not good, but there's part of her that wants to hang on because it could be a lot of reasons. Afraid of being alone, afraid you're not going to be able to find somebody else again. This is where a lot of expats make the mistake too. They pick the wrong Filipina because they see themselves getting older and they don't want to. They're going to make the wrong choices, so they wind up staying with the wrong Filipina. Same thing, And some people in a relationship when they're younger, they meet somebody and it could be their first love, puppy love, and wind up marrying the person, not knowing a little about the person that they should know, that maybe the father suspected that there was not something right with this person at all. But when your hormones are just raging and it's your first boyfriend and the first man you've ever been with, you're going to see things differently. And you're not going to see minute details that might reveal some of the shit that's going on. But as a parent, you can make a pretty good judgment of the person that maybe your child is dating. And I've been pretty good at that. Well, I think I have. You can only give your children advice, and whether they take it or not, because as you know, you can't force your child to do something that you tell them to do. You can just give them your best advice, and either they take it or they don't take it. That's what goes on with that. You can't force anyone to do anything. I mean, they're calling you for advice. But on the same note, they're not taking your advice. All right. So you do your best. Now, I've showed you some nice little family photographs of my daughter. And some would say that's highly personal, but I don't give a shit. I have nothing to hide. You can see a very happy child in these pictures, and that's what you will see. That's the point. But even your children change. You go out of your way to put a roof over their head. You raise them. You do the best job you can. You make them, you make sure that they don't go without. And you do your best job to do that, but that doesn't always seem to be enough. What control do you have over that situation? You really don't. You have an argument about something, you don't agree on something. You can only give so much advice. If they don't listen, then, you've done your best. The unfair thing about, I think, these cracked relationships with your children is that they have their own children and they see what it is to be a parent and how hard it is to raise them. But if you have a gripe, if you have a son or daughter that you're not in regular communication with at all, never involve the children. Unfortunately, in my situation, she basically did not allow her children to have contact with me. There's no reason behind it. It's just that she was pissed at me for whatever reason. God only knows. God only knows. God, D-O-G, dog backwards, only knows why. Or exactly why. Who's pushing the buttons? Well, the children are not involved. The children should be able to make their own decisions as whether they want to talk to their grandparent. When somebody hinders that, that's entirely wrong. That's entirely wrong. That's what happened to me. Never get to really know my grandchildren growing up, only when they were a lot smaller. That was it. Now you would say, how fair is it to me? It's not fair. But then life is not fair either, is it? I'm in my last stages of life, my age. I'm in the last quarter of my life, and it's like, probably would never talk to my daughter. I can't go out of my way. I'll send her an email now and then. I even sent her a copy of Paul's video, actually. I might even send her a copy of this video. But you can't force somebody to understand something or get a grip on some reality. Once your parents are gone, they're gone, and you can't bring them back anymore. And sometimes you got to get rid of your gripes. Sometimes you have to suck it up a little bit and recreate your relationship with your parents. Sometimes you just got to do that. They might find it hard to do, but they got to examine, well, what caused this problem in the first place? Or is there multiple problems? Sometimes you just got to get over yourself, is the way I see it. You just got to get over yourself and give in. But you can't force yourself on anybody. You can't do that. Chances are I'll probably never speak to my daughter for whatever life I have left in me, probably, more than likely. Is that something I want? No, it's not something I want, but it's something I have to accept. She was a good kid growing up, but met her first boyfriend and got married to and rushed into it, and I saw that as a problem from the beginning. They want their independence when they reach a certain age. They get their first interest in boys, and as much as daddy's little girl loves her daddy, there's a different kind of love. When it comes to meeting their first boyfriend, hormones raging, that's all they think about. I took my daughter, at that time she met this guy, the one she married. I took her on when I wasn't living in Hawaii and I was making lots of trips. I could have took a woman with me, but I didn't. I decided to take my daughter several times, actually. Several times. A couple, at least 2, 3, I don't know. Very privileged, And while we were out there, it was my birthday. While I was out there, it was my birthday. Note this, my birthday. And after a day or so, and she's been there before in Kona, is where we would usually go. But she missed her boyfriend. Missed him so much that she wanted me to interrupt the trip. Interrupt the trip to go back home, spend extra money on the ticket for, getting a new ticket for her to come back. My birthday. It was my birthday. And that really upset me. Well, as I said, when the hormones are raging, they're raging. No matter what daddy thinks or whether it's daddy's birthday or not, that's what happened. And I was left to fend for myself in Hawaii without my daughter, where she got on a plane to go back to see her boyfriend, which is more important. All right, on one level, I understand it. Again, the raging hormones and all that. But I went out of my way to bring her on a trip that anyone would love to make that trip. I could have taken any one amount of women on this trip to Hawaii with me. And if I'd known better, I probably would have. But that's not the way it worked out. So I found myself having dinner alone one night with tiki torches lit in Kona in a restaurant. Even had a beer. My daughter wasn't there because I had to drive her to the airport. She missed her boyfriend just too much. How do you think I felt? A family member doing that. It wasn't a good feeling at all. It was very selfish, actually. A boyfriend wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't going to run away on her. And when she gets back from the trip, she'd go spend time with him. But it's not the way it happened. So, upon listening to Paul's show, and a couple of times here and there, Paul puts on a show with good information. He actually does. Again, with his clickbait and all that stuff and things he's noted for, I don't really like. But Paul speaks about age situations that I could relate to. And his last one was about children and how his relationship is to his children or lack of relationship. So apparently it's very, very common for us dudes that have children to kind of fly their separate way, to disagree on things and not see eye to eye. And that's definitely what happened to me. So how do you look at this, really? And this will be the last show I'm going to get into anything personal at all. But I think as a follow-up on Paul's show, I wanted to do this show on that. Showed you a couple of photographs. Happy child growing up. Was I protective of her? Absolutely. Did she always get what she wanted? Yes, she did. But there are times when you get too spoiled, like the dogs, you get too spoiled and they want more. And they want to have their way. And when they don't get it, they become quite rambunctious. Let's just say that. Quite rambunctious. That's what happened to me. And other things along the way. And it's more common than you think. I've only got one child, at least that I know of. I say that sarcastically, but as far as I know, 4 watching at this time and 4 thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I love my daughter. That's not going to change, but you can't force somebody to be in your life. It's not that you had a disastrous relationship with your child growing up. She's a perfectly good child. She didn't really get into trouble. She was a homebody. She wasn't really a troublesome child, Although, unfortunately, the lack of having a big family, you remember all these family shows were popular, all the family shows where everything got solved in a half an hour. The Olsen twins, she used to watch all that stuff. She was lacking a family. I mean, the mother was not in her life. I divorced the mom. And she didn't have a steady female in her life. Sure, I've had girlfriends that, a couple of them, she got used to and thinking, okay, this is cool, And I remember when one gal, Suzanne, was visiting, and she was really young, 6 years old or so at the time. And I was sitting next to Suzanne on a couch, and she came over and she put herself right in between me and Suzanne. It's like, wait a minute. I want the attention from my daddy. You're not getting the attention from my daddy. I remember all these little intricate things, looking back. But I'm never going to look back and say that I wasn't a good parent to my daughter. I'm not going to ever say that. Uh, I was there for her for when she was born. You know, and as such, continued to be there. And as a baby, like I said in the past, I've changed her shitty diapers. I made her formula in the morning so the mother didn't have to get up. I would alternate nights and who was able to sleep and who had to get up if the baby cried. I put myself out. I really did. I put myself out big time and continued to through the years until she met somebody and that was it and caused some problems. Went from there. I didn't appreciate her relationship with this guy, never introduced himself to me properly like a young man should. No, he never did. So that's kind of started off my theory about the guy, that I felt that something just was not right. He was not perfect for her. And as a father, you want to look out for your child all the time. And I did, all the time. Any need she had a toothache, I was there to take her to the dentist. She got a cold or a virus or flu, take her to the doctor. You name it, I did it. She never went without school supplies. Every birthday she had gifts and a cake. Every Christmas she had presents. In fact, I bought her first bicycle. Okay, so I did everything I would expect to do as a father of a child. But there's certain things in your life you can't control. You can't control what other people do. There's going to be people that like you and there's people that don't like you. And you can't control what people think, whether it's on YouTube or outside of YouTube or even family members. It's easy to put the blame on somebody and say, yeah, it must have been your cause. If you're not talking to your sister and you're not talking to your daughter, it's got to be your fault. No, it's not always like that. People have disagreements. People grow away from each other. They have different thoughts, they see things differently. But you have to continue being who you are. You don't want to change for somebody else. That's not something you want to do. Don't change. I don't care if it's a girlfriend. I don't care if it's your child. I don't care who it is. Be yourself and continue being yourself. So sure, you can look at all these photographs and say, yeah, that was great. That was great. All these photographs. Yeah, it's a booklet called A Moment in Time. Just a scrapbook of photographs. We all have these things. Whether they're, ex-girlfriends, good old days, right? That was around the time when my daughter was very jealous of me, of having Suzanne as a girlfriend. She got right in between us on that couch. We meet people, life goes on. See, before you're married, you go out and sow your oats. If you're divorced, you go out and sow your oats. That's what I did. That's exactly what I did. But during the time I was married, our biggest responsibility was the child. So I look back at these photographs and say, okay, I could say those were the good old days, right? I say yes and no to that. They were good and they were bad. First time she ever came, oh my God. I was in a club dancing here. That was Suzanne. And she's the one that had an image problem, bulimia. Those were the days, my friend. Me and my daughter. Does it look like an unhappy kid? You do your best to raise your children. Then they grow up and they stab you in the back. Or whatever it is they do. Whatever it is they do. We're in California together. Off Sunset Boulevard. Took her to Hollywood. Making trips to Victoria, Canada on a ferry. San Francisco. Alcatraz Island in the background. San Francisco. We did things together. I took her places. There's Victoria. Doesn't look like an unhappy kid. And she wasn't. And we did some traveling together. Santa Monica Boulevard. Santa Monica Boulevard. Hey, Mr. Ice. No, she's not in here. Not even. I got pictures of different girlfriends and shit I'm showing here, but when I was, of course, younger, oh, I don't mind showing this. And this is Santa Monica Beach. I like looking back at these things. I like looking back. I think I did a great job in raising my daughter. Always was very precious to me. Very, 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 very precious to me. Always was. But again, oh, the cars. That is my 260 over here I had. Very protective of her. The pumpkin farms. Yeah. Yeah, here's a picture of my ex if you want to see that. And my daughter. That was my ex-wife. She don't look like that now, I'll tell you now. I know what she looks like. My God. People change, man. People change. Yeah, kids don't give a shit what we did for them growing up. You're right, Mr. Ister. Yeah, that was my ex. Looking a little bit better in the day. Yeah. That was my ex. And I look through these pictures every now and again. Just to kind of remind me. Indiana. That was me in Indiana visiting my brother's house. That's me, believe it or not. Wood wallpaper. Anyway, probably enough of the pictures in my book here. Here's another one, holding my daughter in my arms. I valued her. I valued her. But kids grow up and things change. Kids grow up and things change. I've changed through the years. I've had a lot of different looks in my life. No, I never really did. Nah. In Hawaii, Honolulu, Waikiki, Hawaii. Girlfriends. The Filipina I was with for 3 years in Hawaii. Yeah, I got around. For those that don't believe I did. This was my house, actually in Seattle, just a little part of it anyway. This is the side part. For those that didn't believe I had a house. Okay, what's the whole point of all this? It's not really to show you off an album book, really, per se, but it's making a point that you as a parent, whether you have a female or male child, it don't really matter. You will do the best. If you're a good parent, you will do the best. I got custody of my daughter, so who was a better parent, right? Right. And you do the best that you can, but you can't always hold a relationship because sometimes people change. We have these different generations that really became pretty fucked up, ultra liberal or whatever. You know, it just has to do where you live. My daughter is a Seattleite. She's a Washingtonian. I'm not. Now, of course, I've lived there long enough to call myself a Washingtonian. I lived there about over 25 years. So, although I was born and raised in New York and I am a New Yorker, you could also call me a Washingtonian because I have lived there what seemed to be a lifetime to some people, 25, 26 years. Okay, so Washingtonian, New Yorker, both. Both. So, getting back to the whole point of this show, many people can say anything they want about you being a father or not a good father, but unless you've been, again, it's always wearing the shoes. When you don't experience what I did, the sacrifices that I have made during that period of my life when I was raising her on my own since she was 5 years old, that was a definite sacrifice for me. It was a good sacrifice, don't get me wrong. It was a good sacrifice. It's my little exercise room here. Got some other weights on the side. So I am not, and had decided a long time ago, I'm not going through my life blaming myself if there's not a healthy relationship between me and my daughter. Because you can't punish yourself that way. Yeah, it's sad that, I've tried giving in, but, she hasn't. But what are you going to do? You're going to push somebody? You can't really do that. You know that. You can't push somebody to do something they're not ready for or don't want to do. All you can do as a parent, and as I said, I was listening to Paul, and I had to write him a note and say, you know what? I totally agree with you, what you had to say, Paul. No, I said something like that. I can relate what you had to say. And he was talking about his relationship with his children. And I was absolutely, definitely able to relate to what he said. Because exactly, pretty close to what happened to me. You grow apart. You disagree with each other on, one of the parties is not willing to, take your advice about something. So the question is, if you're going to ask advice to somebody, if you're not going to take their advice, don't ask. Now, as much as I may love my daughter and she is my blood, true blood, again, you can't force somebody to be in your life, but I think where it goes wrong is when she has children. And they would be technically, but be my grandchildren. That all these years going by, I've only known them when they were a lot younger, and I've never got a chance to grow with them. Of course, I moved out of the country. Well, actually, I moved out of the state at the time, Washington. I went to Hawaii. She was out to visit me once. But she has 5 children now. 4 from the same guy, and 1 from yet another guy that she met. I'll never be able to get to know any of them. But the problem I have with that is that the children should be able to make their own decisions on whether they want to be in touch with their relatives, such as their grandfather. Everybody deserves to have a grandfather or grandmother. And that's the part that I've always felt was really, really wrong. We don't talk to each other, period, okay? It's called an estranged relationship. Well, that's the problem. She was asking me a lot of advice when I was living in Hawaii. She'd be calling me from Seattle, where she lived, and, Dad, I got a problem. And she'd be crying about something or upset. Okay, what is it now? There was always something, right? There was always something. And as a good father, he said, okay, you always talk to me. Well, what's going on? And she'd tell me, and like she wanted advice. But if I gave her advice that she didn't agree with, she'd get upset with me. Well, you asked me your advice. And as a father, and as a person that has more experience in life than you do, I'm telling you what I think. And you can't always expect them to listen to what you say. But as a father, you give them your advice. What else can you do beyond that? You really can't. So I see myself getting old and I'm saying, well, that's really too bad. My grandchildren will never really get to know me because they're being forced not to be in my life. Not like I did something wrong to any of them or anyone. Nobody physically harmed, nothing like that. A difference in opinions between me and my daughter. And we're estranged. There's sometimes it got pretty ugly though with her and me. It didn't have to. Again, it has to do with disagreements. She sees things one way and I see things another. That's life. You can't agree on anything. Even in a relationship with a woman, you may not agree with her all the time. She may not agree with you, but that's life. That's just, we're all our own character. We have our own personalities. We have our own thought process. You can't change a woman. For example, if you meet a woman, I don't know, let's say her activities, she had some athletic activities or something. You got together with her and you want to spend her time to be spent with you, but she wanted to do her activities. You should never get in the way, for example, which is usually just an example out of my head. Don't interfere with the recreation or activities that she did before you met. Never interfere with such, because it's really no right to interfere. And some people are too controlling and they take over the girlfriend or wife or whatever and say, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. You cannot stop somebody from doing the things that they did before you actually met her or married her or whatever. It's not right to do that. That's when you become a control freak. Istar says, I always ask my dad for advice, but my kids never ask me. Oh, really? The other way around. Yeah. Look, I pretty much accepted the fact. This is the last personal thing I'm going to be talking about on YouTube for however long I'm going to be on YouTube. I don't mind sharing this because I think there's been some misconceptions but look, these are trolls. I mean, what do you expect from them? Oh, you did something to your daughter or something or whatever. I mean, it's just really vicious shit that comes from these people, you know. No, my daughter was raised properly. She didn't get into drugs. She wasn't big into alcohol. Well, until she met her boyfriend, they go to the club. She have some drinks. I don't think she has an alcohol habit. I really don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if she got into drugs later on. I don't know. She wouldn't tell me, but, you know, she tried smoking a cigarette once and didn't like it. She wanted to be cool at one of the clubs. I said, I couldn't do it. He said, you wouldn't believe it, Dad, because she didn't like smoking. I had to make sure I was out of the house when I smoked when I was raising her. And she tried to smoke in a club. And she's a kid that's very demure, but she drinks alcohol. She's on a stage dancing on a platform in one of the clubs and dancing with her husband's friends and put a little alcohol in anybody, really, and they loosen up. Now, me, I could personally never visualize my daughter being so outward because she was never outward like that, but put a little alcohol in her. She's on a stage dancing, you know, where they would normally have a band or something. She's got on a platform. She told me, you wouldn't believe it, Dad. You wouldn't know it was me. I got up there and I danced and I didn't care. She says, I didn't care. Alcohol loosens you up, but that's not who my daughter is. And I was very surprised, actually, when she told me that, you know. But basically, you can't control your children, and you can't expect always the best from them. They grow up, they make their own decisions, they're adults, they have problems. They have to learn to take care of their own problems. They can't depend on dad or mom all the time. It doesn't always work that way. However, be there for your child if she needs you. That's important, no matter what your relationship is. If she really needs you, be there for her. But if you've done your best to be there for her and it's not reciprocal, then there's nothing else you could actually do.
You just accept what is, and that's it. I've made my efforts, and if she doesn't want to make any efforts with me, well, and you got some YouTubers that are boasting, I got my kids in my life. My kids are in my life. Well, goody for you. Where were you when you went to drugs when your kids were growing up? Where were you? You weren't even part of the family, and they know who I'm talking about on here. Where were you for your kids when you went to all your drugs and drinking? Where were you? You weren't a father. Your mother was raising them. That's what went on with this particular guy, and I know that as a fact. Yeah, different scenario here. But now they're all grown up, and yeah, I'm a dad. At least my mother is alive. What a lame statement. At least my mother is alive? Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? How old are you? A 50-something-year-old man making a lame statement like that? Or, ha ha, your mother's dead? Mine's still alive? Fucking, how old are you emotionally? Maybe 50-something years old, but emotionally, the emotional of a 6-year-old. Of a 6-year-old. Well, that's not me. You boast about, yeah, well, I take my daughter comes over all the time, and I love my granddaughter. My granddaughter's in my life. Well, goody for you. We have a different family situation. Not everything goes the way you want. But ask yourself that question, where were you when you were into your drugging days? You weren't into your child's life back then, were you? No, they weren't. Yeah. Okay, that's my show, really. It's looking back, and that's as personal as I'm going to get from this day on YouTube. And I don't mind going out for dinner or something now and then, but I am not going to get personal about anything. And I'm going to try to stay away from all the legal shit on here. Unless a major event happens, like something did recently, I'll announce it, absolutely. But other than that, I will keep other things to myself. Some might say a little bit late, Frank, a little bit late. Yeah, maybe it has been, but it's time to stop, really. And I think that's part of a problem when you're doing live streaming and you're pretty regular. You're a vlogger, and you don't realize what you're doing sometimes, but becomes part of your vlog, where you do mention something that goes on in your family, whether it's a birthday or something or whatever, and they will use this information against you in some negative way, of course. Oh, they're not your family. Well, define family. Family is a group of people that love each other. My dogs are not my blood, but they're my family. My girlfriend's children are not my blood, but they're my family. And we had one goober on there that said, they're not your family because they're not your blood. Oh, goober, please, goober. Really? He don't understand the concept of family, and some people don't understand the concept of family. They just don't get it. If you were in the service, the guys you served with are your brothers or sisters. They're your family, right? Would you disagree with me on that? You wouldn't. They're your brothers, they call. You call them your brothers. They're not blood related, but they're your brothers. People don't understand the concept of what family is. They don't get it. Because they never had that bonding. I'm very proud to say that I raised my daughter on my own since she was 5 years old. On my own. Of course, I raised her from when she was born. I did all the dirty work that mom would normally do, changing dirty diapers, attending to my daughter in the middle of the night when they're crying and need to be fed. I did all that shit. And I continued to take care of her the rest of the time until she met somebody and moved out. I was always there. I continue to be there for her. Through thick and thin, problems or not. She knew how to contact me. That's the way it was. It still is. But again, you can't force somebody to do what you want. Was I a good father to my daughter? Absolutely. Was I perfect? No. Not perfect in anything. I got my moments where I was pissed off here and there. I certainly have. That's pretty normal. But I will tell you, You also can't let your child have their way all the time. It's one thing to spoil them. And I do remember an incident where I took her toys or whatever it was away from her. We were living in this kind of a loft apartment. It was kind of interesting setup. I didn't stay there that long, but anyway, bottom line is that um, she wasn't behaving, and basically, I took something away from her as punishment. You'll get this back when your attitude changes, whatever. That kind of thing that a parent would do with their kid. And she'd fight back at me and she'd be putting fists against my chest. And I said, no, 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 no. No. Now you're not going to get this back for quite a while. Your behavior is unacceptable. So you got to use that discipline. You don't hit your child, of course, but sometimes you have to be firm, saying this is not acceptable behavior. That's what you do as a good father. With that being said, enough of the family shit. Um, I kind of got inspired by Paul's show, and I do get inspired sometimes by some of the material that people put on that I feel I can relate to, and I'll give them the kudos on that if it's something I can relate to, and sometimes I will talk about these things. So, Old Dog New Tricks, Paul in the Philippines, he did a pretty good last show where he talked about his relationship with his kids. He was being very personal, but I was glad he was. And Paul, at least, he's not my favorite vlogger at all. His tactics, but, sometimes he does have something decent to say. And I related to what he had to say. Henceforth, I'm talking about it right now on my show. I can relate to what he went through with his kids. You can only give so much advice, and that's all you can do. You've done your job to raise them. That's all you need to do, by law and by any means. You can't force anybody to do something they don't want to do. You can't force an old girlfriend to be in your life. Okay? You can't force an old employer who fired you, perhaps, to hire you back if they don't want to. Not everything goes your way. And there's certain things that you have to accept. If you've done things to break the law, you got to accept the consequences too. You wind up in a jail cell like some people. That's just, the way it is. That's life. That's life. What you put out comes back to you, sometimes in spades. But in relationship to family, there's different dynamics in everybody's family. Yes, it's true. I don't talk to my daughter and I don't talk to my sister. Nothing of my sister's doing, just her husband. That's really behind it. My sister's a pretty decent person. But she has one of these guinea husbands, a real guinea greaser that never liked my family. And my family never liked him, in fact. He controls her, is what he does. And it's really sad. I can't interfere with that, It is what it is, right? So, other than that, I want to straighten something else out on here once and for all. Popeye. Popeye makes a lot of statements to pull my chain, and that's why he does it. Like I don't know that. Oh, I wasn't in my brother's life when he was down and out or something. I was always in my brother's life. I do relish family. But again, you can't make somebody do something that they don't want to do. My brother got into a lot of bad shit in his life, and he paid for it with his life, really. Last March. I can't believe it. It's been over a year. And Popeye would talk about things like, you never called your brother to see he was okay. You left him hanging in bad health. I didn't leave him hanging in bad health. He created his bad health. And I wasn't his nursemaid. He lived with me for 14 years in Hawaii. He lived with me even on and off in Seattle. I was always there for him. I mean, it's not something I have to explain on here, but just to get the record straight. Because you're going to hear shitheads like Popeye say exactly the opposite. To pull your chain, and that's the whole purpose of it, to pull your chain. I was always there for my brother. I continue to be there. I housed him. No, he never owned part of the house. It's another thing that Popeye puts out, that, or Nico, that my brother owned part of the house. No, my brother never owned part of my house. It was my house. I paid the mortgage. My house. I paid the taxes. My house. Under my name. Period. I only rented to him. As far as when my brother died, Poops would talk about how I abandoned my brother. So far from the truth. I was always there for my brother, whether I lived there with him or not. Talked to him every couple of days on schedule, where he could call me up anytime he wanted to. His car broke down, I helped him repair it with money. I've even given him cars or trucks when I was getting another one, so he'd have something to drive. And if we didn't have anything, I'd let him drive my vehicle, whatever he wanted to if I wasn't using it. I went out of my way for my brother. I really did. I went out of my way for him. More than some brothers would do. My own sister, that I'm not very friendly with, has admitted it many times. She said, Frankie, if it wasn't for you, even, Al told me that, he wouldn't be alive. I was always there for him. No matter what problems we had and how different we were, I was always there for my brother. So I beg to differ with you, Robert. You could spew out all the hate and vile that you want, but you're not going to change you're not going to change history. You're not going to tell me what my relationship with my family is, or how you see it, or calling me a draft dodger when I never dodged the draft. And no, there was no 8-year-old that sat on my lap, just to get that straight. You really are a piece of shit, Robert. You know that? I got to remind you every now and then. You really are a piece of shit. Okay, that's my show. Well, the boy done lost his mind. Is that what almost 2 years does to you in a detention center? Scary, scary, scary. I was watching some stuff. It was in 2024 in Bicutan, in the detention center. Guy died of pneumonia. The other thing that was going around in there, and medical didn't even help anybody in there. They didn't help anybody. You have to have the money to transport yourself to a hospital of such. They let a guy die who was 81 years old. And what was the other thing they died of? Not pneumonia, but he did. But what was that popular thing going around there all the time? But horrible, horrible situation. Horrible. And this guy was shitting all over himself. He was naked. 81-year-old guy hanging over his table. Just sicker than shit. Nobody. They just put him in a medical section. Just keep him there. And it's so overcrowded over there, too. It's horrible. And you can't expect it. The guy said you'll die. If you don't get medical help there, you'll die. He said you're simply going to die. If you ain't got the money to get the medical help, you have to pay for your own transportation. Well, AJG, I got rid of a couple of people that were regulars on here that I clearly seen on another channel downing me. So we're doing some house cleanup around here. That's what we're doing, some house cleanup. Oh, well, whatever he wants to do. Pro gaming. I don't know who you are. Yeah, I did a little house cleaning here. I don't mean my house here. Talk about on my channel. Yeah, Barry's been doing a live, and he's going out of his mind. He's banging on the table, putting some music on, and he's laughing like he's having the greatest time in the world. Yeah. Well, he was going to go out and get a bottle. He actually came on camera for a few seconds, and he looked like shit. He had these wild eyes too. He was fatter than hell, and he had these wild eyes. He didn't look well. Oh, he didn't look well at all. Yeah, I know. I saw him in there too. There's a few people that come to my show that I caught on there, kind of working against me, shall I say. So I blocked them. Oh, yeah, Popeye's taking the high road with Barry. Imagine that. Yeah, there's a couple of regulars on here that will no longer be able to post unless they go into a different name, and I'll figure it out. I don't know all about you yet, but don't matter really. But yeah, he's going out of his monkey ass mind. I couldn't even listen anymore. I couldn't even listen. He don't know what to do with himself. He's really worried about Big Catan, and well, I have to tell you the truth. For what I just seen about an hour and a half ago, I looked up the Big Catan detention, and holy crap. That's where you go to die. The guy said he's been waiting there for a long time, but he had a case against him, but he had overstay on top of different things. And he's been there 4.5 months, and the one guy, well, just one guy, an Aussie guy, and he ain't having a good time in there at all. Not one bit. Oh, terrible. Oh, Bummer is freaking out. He's trying to hide it, and he's doing the best that he can, but it's just not working. Yeah, he's banging on the table like he's playing drums to some music, and I don't know. He figures, well, he's going to Big Guitar now, so he's being extra rambunctious. Shall I say that? Yeah, it's funny to listen to, really. Then he went on camera for a little bit, and he looked like shit. He looked like he was probably drunk. He probably got a bottle in there. Oh, and he got so upset that he dropped his vape pipe. He broke the glass on it. Poor baby. He's not going to have all these freedoms when he's in Big Guitar. He thinks he is. But the generosity of the staff there will go to long-termers that have been there a while and those who could afford to pay them. That's what it really going to come down to. Yeah. And I don't know if you could order Grab there. Then what, you going to eat that kind of food in front of your cellmates? I don't think so. They'll grab it from his fucking hands. They'll eat it themselves. Yeah, the conditions really suck there, man. They really suck. He does sound drunk. Does that surprise you? He's been drinking the whole time he's been in there. Whenever he can afford a bottle, if he gets enough donations, he'll buy a bottle. Nothing new. I know he was screaming, "Listen, listen, listen, Frank, listen." I know he's out of his mind, man. He is fine. Well, it didn't just happen. He's been out of his mind for a while, but it just got worse. Yeah, I was laughing too. I didn't hear his whole show. I kind of used my bar and I just kind of skipped back and whatever. I mean, I heard enough, really. I heard some of his key statements and stuff like that. And Popeye kissing his ass. Can you imagine Popeye's kissing his ass? He has bullet bourbon. What's bullet bourbon? I have no idea. I'm not a drinker, you know. But yeah, he lost it, man, completely. Who's he got to blame? Oh, he wants to blame me. Well, I might have had something to do with him going to be transferred to Bickerton. I might have had something to do with it. I'll never tell. The more he does that, the more he incriminates himself and do it on his own. I mean, I just listen, you know. I mean, God, he's in bad shape, I'll tell you that. He ain't looking good, he ain't sounding good, and he's worried. The last thing I remember, a long time ago, said, nobody's going to get me into Bickerton. I ain't going anywhere. I ain't going to no fucking prison, he said. But he said that too about his immigration. They're not going to catch him, and there they got him. He said, I'm not going to put a case on him, but I certainly did. So, yeah, he's been wrong every time. And every time he does bullshit like this on the show and talks down about the Filipinos, the government, all the agencies, well, and the Muslims, not forget them, he just makes it worse for himself. I don't know what he expects when he goes to court. He's talking about earlier. Oh, yeah, my lawyer has it all planned out. I'm going to be leaving after that. I'm going to be leaving after the next hearing. Oh, yeah, I'm going home. I'm going home. Wishful thinking, perhaps. Yeah, but I got rid of a couple of regulars on here that I told you, man. My eyes are out. I see their comments on Barry's channel, and they're gone. They ain't coming on my channel anymore. I just now put his stream on to the beginning, and I saw him in the cell. And one thing that stuck out to me was the spaciousness of his cell. He's hoping that he enjoys while he can. Yeah, he better enjoy it while he can because he's going to be with a lot of people, and he don't want to be around a lot of people. Oh, TB, that's it. Tuberculosis. That's what's going around big time in a prison. People are dying of tuberculosis. And a lot of them don't even get any medical treatment, and they won't get any medical treatment. They throw them in the medical part there. Just leave them be. That's all they do. Unless you got the money to have somebody drive you to a medical facility, they let you there to die. That's exactly what they do. They leave you there to die. Now, I'm not saying this is right. Of course it's not right. It's not right at all. I would never say it was right. People there in detention have been there a long time. Some people could be as much as 10 years. You just you don't exist when you're in there. You're a non-person. You're a non-entity. So he better enjoy his facility right now while he can. His clock is ticking. He thinks he's going to be released, slap on the wrist, and go home. He doesn't understand. The court, my lawyer did not accept his plea of guilty. This is something that has to be arranged with his lawyer properly, and they have to file a motion for this and to address a plea in the court. He thinks because he verbally said, I plead guilty, that's all she wrote, but that's not all she wrote, because that's not how it works. That has not been accepted by me or my counsel or the judge, because there's a proper protocol to everything in there, and it wasn't followed. Simply said, it wasn't followed. So his big time lawyer is going to do all this wonderful stuff for him. Yeah, well, I will see. I will see. He thinks he can just go into court and talk about his girlfriend's report and the deportation effort that she's making and all that, and thinks that's going to send him home and they're going to drop the case. Well, he's got another thing coming that ain't going to happen. I already know that. Yeah, tuberculosis. Yeah. Pulmonary disease. Yeah. What would Barry have to be concerned about? His lungs are fine. Yeah, they're wonderful. He's already got challenged lungs, and that would be quite a challenge for him to be in there. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, there's a lot of tuberculosis going around there. I don't know. How do you treat tuberculosis? Is it viral or bacterial? It's bacterial, I believe, and you have to have antibiotics for that. I believe so, anyway. Oh, yeah, definitely goodbye. And someone were dying of pneumonia because you know what they were doing? They were throwing buckets of water on the prisoners. The guy was shitting all over the place, and they just threw cold water buckets on him. And, you know, he died of pneumonia from exposure, and oh, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Real bad. Real bad. I was just watching this video, a couple of them. I want to see what his life is going to be like in that detention center, and he ain't going to like it one bit. Not at all. His glory days are over in the detention center. He thinks he had it real good in there. No, he will not have his Xbox, none of that shit. But he's right when he says he'll take his clothing, that's it. They'll allow him to take his phone, but it doesn't mean he's going to be able to use it all the time. He's thinking he's going to. He goes, I'll be on that phone 24 hours a day. Nobody going to stop me. Well, he's a very powerful man. Nobody's going to stop him, Mr. Above the Law. Nobody's going to stop him from using his cell phone. Well, we'll see about that, right? Wishful thinking on his part. When you go into there, you're under their control. You can't run your mouth like you do on YouTube. Oh, no, 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 no. He'll see how disciplined they are. He'll see. Let me see. What was his name? I got him off here. What's this guy's name? Who'd a couple of the regulars that come on here? Oh, shit. Bright something. What was his name? It was a 3-word name or something. Bright was Bright. One of the something Bright or something on there that always comes on my show. And there's another guy. Just 2 people I blocked. 2 people. They come on my show and pretend to be very friendly with me. But I caught them in the act. So they're gone. Bye-bye. What was his name? Bright Eyes. What was that name? AJ. What is that one guy who was coming on here? I can't think of his full name. He comes on here pretty regularly. I caught him on Barry's show talking shit about me, so bye-bye. I catch him sooner or later. I just got to pay attention to who's writing what in the comments, and they pretend to be friendly on my show. I seek them out and see how loyal they are, and they're not always very loyal. You know, there's very powerful fence jumpers. Yeah, Bright Eyes. I don't know if it's in Beyond. Was it Bright Eyes and Beyond? No. Is that the name? I don't think so. Bright Eyes and Beyond. Damn. Yeah, well. None of these Bright Eyes and Beyond, no. Oh, it don't matter. He's off. He ain't coming back unless he goes under a troll name. I'll know when somebody's trying to kiss up. Yeah, Best and Brightest. Best and Brightest. He's gone. If Barry's lungs are fine, then I'm Oprah Winfrey. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Region 5, Region 6, he's a troll, isn't he? The Best and Brightest or something. Yeah. That's it. He's gone. He don't really leave no comments on my show now. He can always go into a soccer account name. That's what they all do. Well, if he's on here, then I don't see his comments, and that's good with me. Yeah. I caught him on Barry's show, so That's all. That's all she wrote. Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks now. His voice is still that way. My little tongue irritation cleared up. Finally. He was banging on the table like he's playing the drums, going out of his mind to music and shit. Well, you know what I say? Enjoy yourself now while you can, because where he's going, he's not going to have those kind of freedoms. That makes up for all the bullshit he gave me and all the horrible things he caused me. I mean, he's going to Big Guitar after all. Isn't that something? Karma chameleon. That's why I said let Barry let loose and let him talk more about me on the show, more for me to record. I'm loving every minute of it. It's like I'm being served dinner on a sterling silver platter. Thank you very much. I saw how fat his face was, man. His eyes looked really weird too, man. That's what isolation will do to you. I mean, he don't have complete isolation. He gets to talk to a guard now and then, or somebody, or if he has a cellmate, rarely. But what are you going to do with yourself? What are you going to do to himself in Bickerton if he can't have any regularity use of his phone or none at all, and don't have any Xbox games? He's really going to go out of his mind. He sounds like a motorbike with the exhaust pipe taken off. Barry's drowning himself in booze and music. Good. He should. Let him do it now. Guards don't care. They never did. He probably throws them a couple of pesos here and there. Yeah. I know his singing is horrible. I'm not the best singer in the world, but Jesus Christ, I'm 10 times better than he'll ever be. But this is what happens when a man goes out of his mind, and you get to witness this all the time. You've seen the progression of his mental illness. You've seen the progression of his insanity since he's been in there. Yeah, off key is right. Of course, Popeye had to show up in there, He's kissing Barry's ass now. This is entertainment, after all, isn't it? It works for me. All these losers. Then he had Ricky doing a show earlier. Like, apparently can't find a woman that wants to be with him anymore. Poor baby. Then he has trouble with his nose. Well, look at that fucking nose, Ricky. Damn. Yeah, he needs some kind of surgery or something in that. I don't know. He's supposed to make $8,000 a month or so. Go and have some plastic surgery if he has a problem in his sinus or something. I don't know what his problem is. Go get it done. In fact, all the money that Ricky makes, why can't he fix his front teeth? He's got a big ass space in there. And he can't fix his teeth, right? He's got VA help, he got all this shit, but he can't fix his front teeth. Snout, there you go. Snout, Clint. Yeah, there you go. It is a snout, isn't it? It really is. Imagine a woman wanting to kiss someone like him. I can't even imagine it. But we saw him kissing a lady boy, though. I mean, that's something he'll never be able to live down, ever. Ever live that down. Oh, he made an excuse about he got roofied or something, but then he admitted he didn't. Oh, I just got carried away. But what happened after the bar? What happened after the bar? Did he take her to his room? Him, rather. Ricky said once or twice that, his enlarged nostrils as a result of his use of that CPAP machine. No, that's not going to enlarge his nose. You put the, what do you call that? The cannula, which is the two plastic tubes. Yeah, that go into your nose. No, that's not really going to do that. Well, if you have to use it every night, that can irritate you. My brother had to use one of those things, but he couldn't find a mask that was comfortable. It was horrible, leaving marks on his face, and it was uncomfortable. And they wouldn't even get him a better mask and all that, and therefore he stopped using it. And he'd stop breathing like 90 times a night. 90 times a night. Yeah, he was drugged, all right. Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. Well, he's got obstruction going on. That's why he has to use the CPAC machine. He's got to have forced air, which some people use for snoring, and other people use to make sure that there's a good flow of air going in there, so he doesn't stop breathing. And there's no oxygen; it's just regular forced air, but it's mandatory in some people. But the problem is they haven't really made a machine that's quiet. And if you have to sleep with somebody with CPAC, yeah, chances are you're not going to sleep. Very good chance you're not going to sleep. Oh, hold on a minute. I got to grab something here. I got to grab some water. There, I let you here. A little water. Oh, shit. Do I got to... Oh, okay, good. They put a new bottle on here. Okay, where were we? He was bragging to Ben Newton that he was out here crossing genders. Man. Oh, whatever, look. Just come to the conclusion that these people are just pretty fucked up. Have you figured it out yet? Yeah. What more can you say? I'm glad Barry's having a good time at his present location. And we're going to see how long that's going to last. If he thinks he's going to have all the freedoms he was afforded, and he don't have enough money to do that with the guards over there in Bickerton. He ain't going to have enough money to satisfy those guards to get all these favors being done. He go broke real quick. He go broke real quick. Real quick. Push it real hard. He's gonna go broke real quick, 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 quick. Go quicker, quicker, quick, 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 quick. He's gonna go broke quick, 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 quick. Push it real hard. Okay, enough of that. Quick, 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 quick. I can't stop. Where is something I'm looking for, and I cannot find it? Damn. Oh, okay. Here we go. Does your lawyer think he will be... Well, it's supposed to be sometime after the next court date. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't think this will be too long. I don't think it'll be too long. Come on, girls. You gotta go.
He'll enjoy his new accommodations. He's going to have to share it with about 40 other guys. I noticed on the latest paperwork the judge ordered the BI to send Barry's new contact information within 5 days. Yes, you're correct. You read right. New contact information. Oh, all right, that makes sense. It's going to be right after the trial. Okay, that kind of adds up. That adds up. Yeah, more than likely, Region. Do you guys understand? And you could be honest about it. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Do you understand why I feel this guy deserves whatever they want to throw at him? You know, when he's nonstop, the guy's not remorseful for anything at all. We know his mental capacity is not up to par. That's pretty obvious. But is that an excuse for his behavior? Will Barry be transferred to Bikitan before his 2-year anniversary of his arrest? I say, well, there goes a siren. That's answering your question. Do you hear it? There goes the siren. It'll be before. Well, you know, the funny thing about my phone, I can't put a message in a box. There is no box. And I don't know why. For a long time it's been like this. There's no box. All the dogs are howling. There's a kennel, a dog shelter thing, a couple of blocks from here. And all the surrounding area, the dogs, when they hear this siren, they go crazy because it's really loud on their sensitive ears. I can't press one, but put me in there on one. Yeah, maybe somebody could tell me why I never see a message box for me. Okay, I can't write something on here or give a link or anything. I never understood why. Okay, the consensus so far is number one. That'll be before his 2-year anniversary. Okay. 20 people, that doesn't include me. So, yeah, they could hone in on this, but they're just trolls that are listening. So the brightest, you're gone, brightest, you're gone. There's another guy, was it Hugo? I don't know if it was Hugo. But, yeah, another guy went. There's 2 guys I caught on Barry's show tonight, kissing his ass and all that, making some lame statements, so they're gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Look, I'm not stupid, okay? My name ain't Barry. I know that people come on my show, most of them are trolls. I do my own little snooping around every now and again, and I'll catch them on another show making comments about me, so I'm kind of hip what's going on. Stefan, let me ask you about the kids. There's 2 names that I gotta tell you I have a problem with. Geoff, Geoff. Is that supposed to mean Jeff? And why did they spell it that way? Number 2, your name, Stefan. Is it supposed to be another name for Stephen? Straighten me out on that. I'm no linguist. I'm not a college professor. I've never understood it. Is it more of a British pronunciation or wordage they use for Stephen? Strife is here, huh? I don't know if he's still alive or not. No, it just seems really weird. If a guy's name is Jeff, call him Jeff. Jeff. Not Geoff. I never understood that. Explain.
Or even your name, Stefan. Isn't that just another way of saying Stephen, but it's spelled differently because of maybe it's a British name? Or, I mean, explain it. I really don't, I don't understand it. I never did. I never understood that. Comes from Godfrey? Geoff, you mean? Why don't they just call it that then? You know what I'm saying? If that's what the name is, why don't they spell it that way? Or, I mean, I don't know. And then Stefan. Is that supposed to be Stephen? Is that from Welsh? Or what is that from? Is it Britain? Or where does it come from? Okay. The name Geoff is a shortened or diminutive form of the name Geoffrey. And Geoffrey is supposed to be Jeffrey, which itself is derived from the Germanic name Godfrey, meaning God's peace. Well, thank you for explaining that to me. You'd think someone would basically know that, but most people probably don't. I'm kind of glad I brought it up, actually. Joffrey reminds you of Jeffrey. Why don't they just say Jeffrey, not Joffrey? Or Stephen instead of Stefan. Because I had a guy in my college, his name was Stefan. But yet his name was Stephen. I said, which is it? It's an evolution, huh? Call the name what it is. That's all I'm saying. Call a spade or something, you know? Call it what it fucking is. I've always, no offense, but I've always laughed at those names. Geoff? You mean Jeff? Turns into Geoff, but you gave another definition of it. And Stefan, is it not Stephen? Explain that one. I know you have to Google it. Most people don't know. I didn't know. I'm reasonably intelligent, but I did, you know. I never, yeah. Using the rationale, all men would be named Adam. Yeah, okay. Named after Saint Stephen. So Stephen it's not another word for Stephen. It has nothing to do with Stephen. There's no derivative of that. Jeez, why don't they uncomplicate things? But it's still pronounced Stephen, right? Then why don't they spell it Stephen instead of Stephen? I don't know, you might make fun of this, what I'm saying, but most people don't know this. If somebody comes up, I'm Stephen. I'm going to say, hi, Stephen. What's wrong with the fucking parents? Stephen or Stephen? Name him Stephen. If Stephen means Stephen, name the dude Stephen. Ah, whatever. It's even pronounced Stephen. Spell it out, okay? It doesn't say Stephen, it says Stefan. Yeah, German Shepherd. That's funny though, isn't it? You'd be surprised how many people can't figure that out. And maybe they questioned it before, but maybe they're just too afraid to ask somebody. What does Geoff? If it's Geoffrey, for short, if it's short for Geoffrey, doesn't that sound like Jeffrey, which is Jeffrey? All right, we'll can this one. It's one of life's little mysteries, you know. Now, one thing I got to say about the English, that's the real English language. Americans have too much slang, and at least the English will they'll pronounce everything just as it really was made to sound. Instead of saying, I'm going to schedule an appointment, they'll say schedule, because that's the way it's supposed to be spoken. Spoken! But that's not what they do. They got to get it right. Just like the G is silent in a lot of names too. My name, the G is actually silent. It's Battaglia. And you don't say Battaglia because that's not what my real name is. It's Battaglia. The G is silent, like in a lot of Spanish names. You might find that the G is silent. Why do they bother? Take the G out and just say Battaglia, Battalia, with no G. But hey, I'm not going to argue that. But, I'm just saying. They make certain letters silent. Who came up with that? Who made certain letters silent? There's a lot of names out there that don't make any sense at all. Again, I'm not a linguist and I'm not an expert on names and how they're supposed to be pronounced. I just know that the English have the proper usage of words and they are spoken, call it the King's English, whatever you want to call it, but that is the proper spoken English. Now, Americans, when they talk, they don't pronounce most words they don't pronounce right. We're more of a slang language. Anyway, the damage, I guess, is being done in Miramar. They had an aftershock. Trying to dig people out of the rubble. And who knows if there's going to be more aftershocks. In Bangkok, I guess, I don't know, they had an aftershock. I don't know what the deal was with that. But it's a very difficult job trying to get people out of that rubble. The Chinese built this one tower in Bangkok. Probably used cheap materials and so forth. Probably blocks. They didn't pour the cement. They probably used, what they do over here is use concrete blocks. I wouldn't be surprised. I just wouldn't. It's a cheap way of doing a job, You still get paid good money for it, Same reason Vito Andolini was called Vito Corleone. Well, I don't know, Andolini could have been a middle name. He passed out drunk, literally, or... Oh, he got himself a cheap bottle of booze, I guess. And they allow him, he gets away with a lot in that cell, but that's over with, man. That's going to be over with. That manifestation that was sent in, I think that did the job, now that I think about it. Yeah, I think that did the job. I really don't think it was just because the place was going to be renovated. I don't think so. That was a kind way of saying we're going to put you in Biggie, that we're going to renovate the place. Yeah, when are they going to renovate it? Another 8 months? Another year? 2 years? 3 years? That's a worthless place anyway. They don't have any jail cells there. How many do they actually have? 6? I mean, I don't think they have a shitload. He said he's on the 3rd floor. I think there's only 3 cells up there, if I'm not correct. One cell has boxes and shit in it. And what was the whole purpose of only housing up to maybe 4, 5, 6 people or something? That was not worth the while. You need a lot more space than that. There's not many cells. Oh, I'm sure he's probably listening to me now. I think Kai's home, I think. I see. Yep. The boy had a little birthday date with his little school girlfriend. Yeah, just dropped him off. I'm looking at the screen. Yeah, I'm leaving that AC on tonight. It's been just too humid. But you know what happens overnight here? It's not like I really put that air conditioner down. It's on 27. 27, but I tell you what, it may not feel like much, but when you go to sleep overnight, it gets cold. It gets cold. By the time I get up, I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm shutting off this air conditioner. I get up early in the morning. Now I understand why I get a little drowsy during the day. doesn't figure out too much. I'll lay in the chair in my living room. If it's a boring movie or something I'm watching, I nod off, but then I jump. I don't mean I jump out of my chair. I mean, it's like, what is it called? There's a name for that too. I was actually looking that up too. It's where it's probably like if you're not getting enough sleep at night that your body's really demanding you, then it's very easy to, if you're in a relaxed position during the day, especially if you're watching some bullshit on TV or something, if you're having a boring day, I wind up nodding out. It's not narcolepsy, though. It's not narcolepsy. I read that. Narcolepsy is terrible. You could be driving a car and you're not out. I actually had a worker that worked with me at the Parks Department. They threw him in the truck with me. He was worthless, man. 1 minute he's out. I said, what good is this guy going to do? He's going to help me out do something, right? And he's going to fall asleep. They've hired some freakazoids there. I got to tell you, they hired a guy that was almost a quadriplegic. He was hanging in the back of a garbage truck with one arm and some artificial legs. Can you believe that shit? He'd get off and grab the bags from the garbage cans and throw it in the back of the garbage truck. And that was one of the biggest blooper things that this supervisor ever did. And they got reprimanded for that shit, man. Yeah, they did that shit. I'm not kidding you, man. I'm not kidding you. Well, how do I explain this? Okay, and I'll just jump. It's like my body's telling me, no, you can't fall asleep. So I'm sitting there, I'm relaxed, right? And I start nodding out. It's called the mini something. And where you fall asleep in a matter of a second or two, but then you just wake up. It's like your body is not allowing you to sleep. Because, let me see, it takes a certain amount of time for your body to go into a sleep pattern, and it's called mini something. That's what it is. It's a mini something. I was reading about that for my own good, and it's like your body's saying, no, we're not in a position to allow you to go to sleep yet. Because, and then you, like that. After a couple of seconds, you don't even feel it when you're going to nod out. You don't even know. You don't even know when you're going to nod out. You just nod out, and you're out for a couple of seconds, and you abruptly, there's the word, abruptly, you abruptly wake up after a couple of seconds. It's not exactly a cat nap. Yeah, but it's really interesting. And how many times I could be there, the remote falls out of my hand or when I'm holding in my hand. 2 seconds, that's all it is, 2 seconds, a couple of seconds. Then I abruptly wake up out of that couple of seconds of going into a sleep mode. Now, well, it's not that alarming, okay? I'm not saying it's alarming. It's just interesting. No, I don't get. I mean, everybody's supposed to get a certain amount of hours, no matter what age you are. 7 or 8 hours, they recommend. Me, I'm an average of 6, which probably is not enough for me. It doesn't mean I have a straight 6 hours either. Sometimes something might wake me up for a second or so, but I just go back to sleep. Or sometimes I figure if I'm awake, I'll go take a piss or something, go back to bed. Get it over with, I don't wake up to go to, I don't have a problem with, the prostate like that where I have to piss overnight. But like once I'm up, I say, oh, well, I'm up, let me go take a leak, go back to bed and fall asleep. But actually I can't say I have an uninterrupted 6 hours either. No, I can't say that. So, yeah, I read that too, hypnic jerk. Yeah, that's actually it could be that. I read that. it's a jerk because you will actually. Actually, it happened to me a couple of nights ago when I was actually in bed, not in my chair. I was actually in bed, and I had that hypnic jerk thing. I said, "What the fuck?" I even said to my girlfriend. I said, "It's happened to me 2 times in a row, where it's like, I was sleeping, okay, and in the middle of sleep, I just jerk up a little bit, like my body go, what? I go, what the fuck was that? Then I go back to sleep. Pretty weird shit, man. But I know that 6 hours is not enough for me. Especially, I'm not taking anything now. I still manage to get to sleep, but it's still 6 hours. I want to feel refreshed. I can't say either that when I get up in the morning that I feel like, hands in the air, stretching and feeling so refreshed from a good night's sleep. No, no, I don't feel that way. I don't remember if I'm dreaming when it happens. Like you're falling into a dream. I don't know. I don't necessarily think I'm dreaming when that happens, but I'm sure some occasions I did. But no, I never had a hypnic jerk before when I was in my bed sleeping. It just happened recently, but that happens to me if I'm sitting on my recliner chair in the living room. And how many times, Gil will walk in the room, she thinks I'm sleeping when I'm not. She catches me right at that moment that my eyes close. I'm laying there with my mouth open, like, I might even go into a 1 second snore. Okay, it could be an obstruction of some sort. But yeah, I guess it is a hypnic jerk. You're sitting there, and you don't plan to fall asleep. You're not trying to fall asleep, is what I'm saying. You're sitting there, you're relaxed as you could be, watching TV or trying to find something worthwhile to watch. Seriously, and there isn't anything. You know, Sometimes I'll watch some sci-fi shows over again just to keep visually occupied, which I did tonight. I watched some of these disaster shows or something in there, some really ridiculous shit that I've seen before, but when there's nothing else to watch on there. Uh, no, I don't, Mr. Istor. I got rid of Bright Eye. What's his name? Bright and Brilliant. What's his name that comes on my show? And somebody else. I caught him on Barry's show making some rude comments about me or some innuendos. I got rid of him. No, a lot of dudes, they get older. You don't have to be older, but a lot of people take a little nap during the day. And I suppose if I did that, I would feel refreshed. The very few times I've ever done that, you know, it might actually be refreshing. But they tell you don't take too long of a nap during the day. That's not good for your heart, believe it or not. Yeah, live and learn. But yeah, I would feel more refreshed and relaxed if I took a nap during the day. And maybe I should start a new trend, and maybe that's something I should do after a certain time. Like, I don't know, 2 in the afternoon or something, maybe. No, I don't do that. It's amazing. And most guys my age, the grandpas all over the world, they're taking cat naps. Oh, grandpa's napping. Sometimes you don't know if he's dead or not. I remember one time I went in my brother's apartment, and I thought he was dead, man. He was laying in his recliner, looked awfully quiet. I go, Al, Al, Al. Touched him on the cheek. Al? I said, oh, God, he died. Oh, shit. No, but then he woke up. I had to make sure. And then one time he was on the floor. He couldn't get up because his legs were not strong. Frank, call me. Lucky I was awake. I heard him. got him up off the floor back into his recliner. He used to sleep in his recliner because he had a bed, but it wasn't really comfortable. You know who slept in the bed? His pit bull. His pit bull. He got better sleep when he was kind of sitting up and laying back on his recliner chair. He couldn't get comfortable on a regular bed. But the bed he has was not really comfortable. It was like one of them cheap version of a hospital bed. It was you could adjust it as adjustable bed, but it was a piece of shit. I don't know where the hell he got it. The dog. The dog used the bed. The dog. I do 10 to 30 minutes nap at 2 p.m. every day. Really? And how old are you? May I ask? Look at my age, and I don't nap. Those are the naps I take when I'm sitting in the living room. They're like a matter of seconds. Then I do that jerk thing, and it wakes me up. It's almost weird. It's like my body's telling me, no. You can't fall asleep. I don't know if it's psychological, that I'm not used to napping, and it's really weird, man. It's really weird. It's like my body's saying, no, you can't fall asleep. You're not allowed to fall asleep. And I'll instantly wake up from nodding out. You're 60, okay, yeah. Oh, maybe there's something I should do, really. You turn on the AC, go in my bedroom, and set a timer or something, and or have Gilda wake me up, or maybe she'll take a nap at me, Maybe we both should take a nap during the day. If she's tired, she'll go in the room any time and take a nap. I mean, she'll do that. Me, it's almost like a rule, an unwritten rule, that you're not supposed to sleep during the day. Save it for the nighttime. You make you extra tired, you're going to get to sleep. Pretty weird, man. So I've been looking that shit up for a long time. And I don't have narcolepsy. It doesn't seem I have, thank goodness for that. I don't have narcolepsy. But I know one time when I was just visiting, I was living in Hawaii at the time, and this guy Bob, a friend of mine from the other side of the island in Kona, he wanted to get together, just drive around, have lunch together. So I got my truck and start driving around the island, But it got to a point, my eyes were starting to close on me. White line fever or something. I don't know what the fuck. I say, Bob, you want to take over? I don't want to get into a goddamn crash. I said, my eyes are starting to close. So he graciously and willingly took over the wheel. And I said, yeah. No, if you had narcolepsy, then you ain't driving a vehicle. I'll tell you that right now. You're not going to drive a vehicle. I need a new one, actually. Got a great recliner 6 years ago in anticipation of a knee replacement. Stretch out flat in that thing, and I'm out. 1 hour. Naps, max. Yeah, mine goes all the way back. It almost goes into yeah. But there's always an interrupt. There's always going to be the dogs are going to bark or something, Not a bad idea. I mean, maybe that's something I should try doing. But the only reason I haven't purposely done it is because I want to make myself tired so that I could. And I've been doing isometrics every day. How many sets I've been doing all day? I've been doing more and more. My arms are getting stronger. And I've been doing it. My shoulders, too. I've been doing that every single day. It's a 45-degree type of push-up thing. That's what I've been doing. Not just standard floor push-ups, but I've been doing I do the 45-degree angle, which works very well for me. Then I'm going to graduate to the regular push-ups. I'm just trying to strengthen my arms and all that. Yeah, my recliner, I didn't buy it new. I bought it from a foreigner that was moving. It's like a leather or whatever. I don't know. It could be Naga hide for all I know, but it's it was in fair shape, but I mean, I had to clean it up real well when I brought it home, that's for sure. And I disinfected it with spray and stuff. I had to make sure, get all any heebie-jeebies off it, I'm funny about that. So that's what I use. It's my chair. They use it when I'm not around, the kids, but I sometimes find Gilda in there, or sometimes she just joins me on a chair just to lay down there with me. What we really need are those sofas that they're like those recliners, It's made for a couple, and you could sit there together, and the footrest, they go up just like on these recliner chairs, But it's made for a couple to sit together and watch TV or whatever, relax. But our couch is not the ideal couch. I don't even use it because it's kind of a low back. It doesn't have a lot of cushion, and it's not wide enough. We could lay down together side by side on the couch, and we don't have any room to do that. None. But it works for now, so. But I never use the couch, hardly ever. Unless I'm going to eat something in the living room, we got a round coffee table. I'll push toward me, put my plate on there, sitting at the couch. Do you guys remember all the TV dinners? There was that TV dinner stand, that foldable stand that was common, when TV dinners became really popular. Man, I remember that. People be sitting around their chairs eating on a little foldable table specifically made for TV dinners. Yeah, lap trays. They use that for patients in the hospital too, They're pretty cool, actually. But, I'd rather eat at the dining table and eat proper with the family. Sometimes I get lazy if it's too hot and all we have is a wall-mounted fan in the dining room. But if it's too hot, I say, screw it. I'm just going to bring my plate in the air-conditioned living room. So that's what I do. Well, I want to be comfortable. I'll pay for it, too. I mean, I don't care. We use the air conditioner as much as we could. And that's just the way it is. We have a high bill, but, I'm getting older. I want my comfort. Yeah, banquet TVs, man. Banquet TV dinners. Yep. And the Hungry Man. Well, they call it the Hungry Man, but it wasn't really that much in there. Certainly better than your standard. Oh, Banquet was terrible, though. Banquet was cheap. Cheap as hell. You got to see what they sell it for now. There's nothing in there, man. You know those Marie Callender pot pies? Shit, you go to S&R, man. They got these tiny little ones. They must be charging over $4 or more for a tiny little Marie Callender's pot pie. Now the standard size one that they have, that thing could be as much as $7 or more. I see it there all the time. It's not that I can't afford to buy it. Sometimes I just say no. I refuse to pay that price. Whether I can afford it or not, I refuse to pay that price when something is that overpriced. And then there's White Castle hamburgers, my all-time favorite that goes back to when I was a little kid. They sell them in the boxes. You get 6 little, tiny little sliders, they call them. I never heard them called sliders when I grew up. I don't know, that word seems to have developed through the years. I've never, hey, let me have 6 sliders, please. Never heard the word back in those days, man. But I was the real White Castle stores. I used to go to the Bronx. I used to visit my grandmother and my aunt. And they were right on the corner, man. Lucky me. Off Allison Avenue and Barnes Avenue in the Bronx. They were right around the corner, man. And my grandmother always knew. They loved them, too. She gave me a couple of bucks. A couple of bucks by a big-sized bag of these White Castle hamburgers, man. Yeah. And, if you really want to make something good, you make a good shepherd's pie, and I can't make it. My brother's wife, when he was married, when I went to Indiana, she made a killer shepherd's pie, man. Spent a lot of time making it. My brother had to force me to tell her to thank her. Her name was Cindy for doing that. It took a lot of work to make that for you. She don't normally make it all the time. But shepherd's pie, or do you like quiche? Not totally fun. But shepherd's pie was excellent. I don't know. How is that different from a pot pie? Isn't a pot pie same as shepherd's pie pretty much? I love that kind of stuff. And I eat all the Marie Callender's. I used to get different products from Marie Callender's, you know. They had some good meals. But unfortunately, they just really never put enough in there. Go to S&R and buy this shit. Look what they're charging you. I could use that money for other food. Because you see, I could only carry so much. I've got a certain size cooler. It's big enough, but it's not real big. It's a decent size, but I could only fit so much in there. So sure, if I get in the mood to want to eat frozen food with preservatives, you know, I can't buy them because I have to save the space in the cooler for something a little more important than that. I got some good meats I'm buying or something or whatever. Frozen vegetables, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, things like that, blueberries, stuff like that. I always want to make room for that. So yeah, I mean, if I had like several coolers to hang around, then I could buy more of that stuff. They're easy to cook, throw it in the microwave. But yeah, I know they're not the healthiest things in the world. But when you're really hungry and you really don't feel like cooking, that's the whole idea. They're still called TV dinners, no matter what. Whether it's a banquet, whatever, or you know, Marie Callender's. They were under $1. Shit. There was a time, I remember those things, you might be able to get 4 of them for $1 at one time. Maybe not. Maybe I'm exaggerating. But yeah, you know, back in Hawaii, I'd pick them up when they were on sale or something, and in Seattle too. I've always ate those things. You know what I used to buy? If you have to buy the banquet, the cheap shit. I hate to tell you what's in there though, but you know, and I was working. I would buy that dog shit fucking banquet pies. I'd buy, it was just a meal with the rib meal, and you got mashed potatoes and corn in there. So what you do with that, I used to bring that to work sometimes, and I'd bring some bread. I'd heat this thing up in the microwave. To make a full meal out of it, I would just put it in bread. Uh, 2,500.
Mm.
They don't have any other units in there, just that?
Mm. Yeah.
That's all they have?
Yes.
Yeah. You gotta think about that, yeah. Sorry, got distracted with something here. And fat. But you know when you go to McDonald's, you get the McRib? They're still selling that there? It's not even made of what you think it's made of. There's more non-meat in there than there is actual, what they call it. I hate to bust your bubble on that shit, but McRib meals, are they still selling it out here? I don't know. I'm not remembering the McDonald's here. I've always liked that, but I used to stretch out my meal, make a sandwich out of it. I would take 2 pieces of bread, or I get like a piece of French bread, better yet, right? Like a hero, and I would take that McRib or whatever, or not McRib, say it was Marie Callender's or Banquet or something. You want to buy cheap? Shit, I used to get there like $1 or something for a banquet meal that was so cheap. And you take the meat contents out of it, whether it was a turkey meal or whether it was the rib thing. I put it in a sandwich. I'd even throw a little bit of the mashed potatoes in there with it for flavor. And I'd take some of that brown gravy that was in there, and I would put that in there. Yeah, they were under $1, pot pies. Yeah, I will eat foods with preservatives. You almost can't avoid it. You just do your best, but a lot of the frozen foods are made to have preservatives. They have a longer shelf life. And you're just not going to get away with that. So you have to sacrifice sometimes and say, well, I realize this may not be the healthiest thing to eat, but there are times when you don't feel like cooking. And ever since they came out with refrigeration, that was a big thing decades and decades and decades ago. It was a big thing. Manufacturers of foods were able to get out more products because they last long. I'm all for it. My vegetables are frozen, most of them. I ate Brussels sprouts. Believe it or not, I had them for breakfast. Would you believe that? I had some oatmeal, I think. I had some Brussels sprouts. Yeah, I had that for breakfast. Well, broccoli, I buy frozen broccoli. I buy Brussels sprouts, right? I got spinach, but too many oxalates, not good. Might form kidney stones. I gotta watch that. Don't want to go through that again. And potatoes, I'm off the table with that. I'm like, you know, white potatoes is not something you should be eating. Certainly not the greasy shit you get from McDonald's and places like that. They're good, but use your air fryer. That's what I try to do, is my air fryer. Sometimes when I'm hungry in the morning, it's not necessarily the healthiest meal. But there's nothing really around. We didn't do much shopping, not much in the house. You know, I make some French fries and I mix scrambled egg with it. Just a tinge of sea salt, a little bit of black pepper. And you might want to just moisten it up a little bit with butter or any substitute. And it fills you up in the morning. She'll eat bread with her coffee and consider that a breakfast. And I nearly get into it with her, saying, that is not a healthy breakfast. But like I said, you can't force people to do something that they don't want to do. You care for them, you love them, you're trying to teach them something, you want them to be healthy. But Filipinos love to dunk their bread in their coffee in the morning. Okay, well, I got to get off here. I always wind up extending my time when I go on. It's already 9:49. I like to kind of wind it down a little bit. It takes me a while to fall asleep. But yeah, I caught a couple of my commenters that normally come on my channel. I got rid of them. Caught them on Barry's channel. I certainly did. Certainly did. If I really want to get ugly with food, I'll buy these chimichangas frozen, made by, well, a couple of companies. Monterey, that's a popular one. Just to have them around for something quick, but they're really not healthy, though. They do have a lot of fat and cholesterol in them. Look, I never said it was perfect, a chimichanga or the burritos. You got the green chili ones, you got the ones with bean and beef. Generally, we will have one of those in our freezer. Not often. What do you think I had for lunch? I had a really good salad, really romaine lettuce, strips of carrots, cucumbers, and I had blue cheese dressing. Now, normally, if I was going to make a salad like that, I'd have some strips of cheddar cheese in there. I would have croutons. I would also have black olives. And I decided to go back to my blue cheese dressing because it was a lot tastier than the ranch dressings you can get out here. Okay, anyway, the dialogue is going down. It's time for me to get off here anyway. Bickerton Barry, Bickerton Barry, Bickerton Barry. Can't wait for that. Toodaloo, folks.